best point.
For that.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna grab the most round. Oh, this motherfucker, bro. He's got more mana than power, bro. Damn, bro. I thought I was supposed to be the troll, not you.
By the way, Queen, Zoinko is like, I'm pretty sure he's a 12-year-old from Hong Kong who likes to troll, but he's not good at trolling like, Smokey is. So I'm surprised Zoinko has been as behaved as he has. The only Russian word I know is, blat, which is like fuck or shit, right? And I can't, like, say it properly. It's like, blat, blat, blat. This is, I'm not sexually attracted to dudes, I just like dick. But I'm sexually attracted to women, so I want to treat them nicely so that, like, and I know dudes just want the dick. But it's like, if I want, like, to have a friendship or relationship with a chick, it's like, that's a whole lot different than a dude. So, there's no, like, language of incantation. It's whatever the person and unique identity believes is their incantation. So there's no universal saying for, and it's based on, like, Final Fantasy, so it's like you've got, like, the tiers of spells. PoE for the win. It's actually been pretty fun. I know our build sucks and our items suck and we haven't upgraded anything because I've been just fucking around with Smokey the whole day. Sorry, Smokey. It was just really fun.
No.
Anyways.
Yeah, fun for you, right?
Yeah, for sure, right? And that's all that matters. So remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Why can't you go to someone else's hideout if you can go to your own hideout? Yeah, I think they're just flip-flopping. Like, honestly, everything to do with PoE 2 has had this little bit of, like, if this was PoE 1, this would be done completely differently. It's like everyone was saying, oh, they put the B team on PoE 1 and the A team on PoE 2, but I feel like they put the B team on PoE 2.
And here I am, and there I went. Finch. There we go.
That's an amazing story, Smokey. Holy shit.
Thank you, bro.
That's fucking... If there was an award for best story, you definitely wouldn't win it, though. Oh, Smokey, I was so close to fucking banning you. But the color. If you had changed the color of your name before saying that, I would have instantly banned you.
Canadian servers.
Canadian servers! Fucking DEI Canadian servers, true. I'm just, like, because I'm usually reading, like, a sentence ahead of what I'm saying. So, like, two words will get, like, smashed together, like one that I'm thinking and one that I'm saying. I jerk forward with numb hands. Why is that all I hear? I have an idea. What is it, Muffin? Minimize the tab and just leave the background on screen and change the title to Come Here for Titties. Should we do an experiment, Muffin? And then change the title, Muffin. That's better. Okay, now change the title. Should I make the screen smaller too? Should I just get rid of the screen, guys? Should I just like say fuck it? Yeah, that's what I was saying, but Smokey kept saying smaller. Make him smaller, make him smaller. I don't fucking know, I'm just listening to Smokey. So should I make it bigger or should I just leave it? We keep the category. No, we gotta change the category to like just chatting. Or hot tubs. No, change it to hot tubs. Change it to pools and hot tubs. You know what? You know what, Smokey? I'm just rebanning them. Fuck it. Fuck you. They're banned. They're gone. They're gone, bitch. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Go cry to your mom? It's because she's sitting in my lap, bro. You come into my domain, you gonna expect to get trolled. But hey, and Smokey's story today was fucking amazing. We wrote some words today. We did good today. It was a good old time. And remember, you guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Keep being yourselves and putting out that creative energy. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
Yo, what's up, Queen?
Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. How's everyone doing today? Oh, Wombat. I forgot to reset the queue, but it doesn't matter because it wasn't activated yesterday anyways. We good. Fuck yeah, let's go. How's your day going today? Happy Father's Day to any fathers out there. It's a big day today, right? Oh, I moved this around, so I might have to change it back. Hold on. I'll have to check that once he's in game, but that should be good. So what have you been up to? What have you been doing, Wombat? How's the progression coming along? We are slowly but surely defining out the first 5 characters' backstories, why, what, who, where, and importance-wise. And I was thinking about what we were talking about yesterday about botanist, and I think that's actually probably the best way to go about it. Like, I was trying to find alternative routes and stuff, but I still need, like, the main connection to be, like, the phage plant, right? So it's like, and one of the things, yo, it's cool guy, by the way. Oh, how's it going, Jackal? What you up to? What you up to? What you got? How's it going? Relic, happy Father's Day, my man. How's it going? 3, 2, 1, go. Damn, been writing more poetry, trying to muster the strength to start my novel series. Oh, a massive promotion at work, started in a week, making 500,000 more per month. Fuck yeah, Wombat. That's what I'm talking about. Well, let's see if I can fix this. Better. Probably punched my screen too hard. I mean, what? Hello, right, give me a second. I was taking time. Shut up, Worm. I'm on my phone, but this is for you, Worm. All right, hold on. 2 seconds here. All right. So it's Instagram. All right. How racist is it going to be, guys? Is it going to be Hitler? Oh, I love this one.
How dare you attack the son of Odin?
Need some help. I'm here to help.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Grok a question here, guys, and you tell me. Is taking organs from euthanized patients a bad idea because of the possibility of abuse? See what Grok says about this. Because, like, this is a huge thing in Canada where they're just randomly, like, state-mandated euthanizing people. And there's a huge conspiracy theory that they're doing it for organ farming. That they purposefully euthanize people and then they just harvest their organs and just sell them on the black market. And this is like what the Canadian government is doing. Again, I don't think you guys realize how fucked it is here in Canada. And it's funny, because, like, my thesis in law in high school was on euthanasia, and one of the things that I never considered was organ donating in my thesis. That if you are... Wait, even AI says it's not inherently a bad idea solely because of the possibility of abuse, though that risk is real and requires extremely robust safeguards? No, the answer should be straight up yes. Even not inherently bad solely because of the possibility of abuse. Yeah, it is. I honestly don't know what to say about that. I remember hearing a Chinese person did that, executed inmates for organs when needed. Yep, China definitely did that. Someone should take Scotty's kidneys for a trans Down syndrome kid. I wish I could find it, guys. This is like one of the best clips ever. Venture Bros. Dr. Venture is his kitten. I wonder if I can find this fucking clip. Videos. In bathtub. It'd be so fucking weird, but... God damn, I wish I could find this clip. So basically, it's like Dr. Venture wakes up in a bathtub of ice, and he looks over, and he's like, ah, shit, not again. Ah, shit. Oh my god, one of the fucking best lines. I don't know how it works administratively, but I'd imagine you need at least 2 to 3 hospital physicians to approve and sign off on the euthanasia. There's no POA or next of kin. Yeah. Let's just say, are there safeguards for the... it's called like malt or something like that. New bill in Canada about euthanasia. Yes, Canada's medical assistance in dying. MAID, that's what it's called. It's called MAID. That's literally a bill in our government to euthanize people. 5 years ago, by the way. And it's just been getting, like, stronger and stronger over time. Who got the video of Scotty? Oh, shit. Sorry, I missed this. Boop. Oh, that's good. Provincial errors about Alberta's Bill 18, 2026 aimed at adding extra limits, like restricting MAID to end-of-life cases and strengthening protections for mental illness or minors. Why would it have to have protections against minors? I am so glad that's in there, because, like, I wanted to talk about this, but I don't think anyone would ever fucking believe me, even with, like, evidence proof, that, like, you can just take your 5-year-old in and say, yeah, I want to put them down. No, they said they want to be put down. Sorry, I used the wrong... They said they wanted to be put down. Yeah, okay. They said they wanted to be put down. Yeah. It's fucked up. It's retardedly fucked up. I mean, like, it's literal Nazi shit for, like, eugenics, for getting rid of, like, the genes that create, like, a mental illness. I don't fucking know. Someone needs to do something quick, right? In the US, it's very easy to get euthanized. All you need to do is not have insurance. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's good. That's good, Wombat. I'm just like... Again, like, I did my thesis in law on, like, euthanasia. Like, legalizing euthanasia and, like, the pros and cons. And again, I never even considered... like the abuse of like organ donation and stuff like that, right? But it's still like I am pro euthanasia for like extreme cases, right? Like if I have a seizure and I become like essentially brain dead, but I'm like still inside of my head, but like I can't do anything. I'm like, in my case, I would be fine because like I'm inside my head, right? But someone who doesn't have a head like mine, yeah, I mean, that would be fucking torture, right? So there should be steps to make sure that, like, that shit doesn't happen, right? But you gotta have, like, all the safeguards in place and stuff like that. And I don't agree with AI. You should not be able to, period, at all, donate organs from euthanized people. I mean, the wording of it, yeah, but, like, I just think it's fundamentally... That is, like, one of the biggest things, is you're just gonna have people like selling organs on the black market, making a shit ton of money. Because you can sell organs for like $60,000, like a prime like 12-year-old's kidney. Like I'm sure that goes for like $60,000 to $80,000, right? I don't know anything about the black market, guys. I mean, what? 3. I mean, cystic fibrosis exists, but also that should be an option only brought up by the physician first and only in extreme cases. Exactly. It should have protections, but it should have the ability to be done. That's what I believe, right? I don't believe that euthanasia in and of itself should be like completely and utterly illegal. Cause it's just like abortion, right? It's like you shouldn't just be able to randomly abort, but you should be able to abort, especially in cases like, for instance, like there's the 9-month argument, right? Like birth problems to the point, like for instance, like I don't know what circumstance this would be under, but it's like you can't get a C-section and you can't birth the baby properly. Like at that point, like you're gonna lose the baby and you're gonna lose the mom. So it has to be like a decision of, do you want to save the mom by killing the baby, or do you want to save the baby by killing the mom? And my stance is always you kill the baby because you can make another baby. I know how fucked up that is, but like you can make another baby. You can't just make another wife or another mother. So it's like, by all definitions, you should save the mother over the baby. That's my opinion. And again, I don't think that should be forced on anyone. That's just like what my decision would be, right? Here's a good safeguard. Euthanasia is an opt-in, like organ donation in the DNR. You can opt in to be euthanized if hospital physicians sign off and maybe as a bonus checkbox list criteria and you don't consent for the euthanasia. We're getting the second chapter. It's going to be shorter, but it's also going to be a lot lighter than the last one. It all depends who is the narrator for the chapter. Not a lot, but a little bit, you know. Truth is. I'm going to save the mother by default unless the mother explicitly asks to save the baby instead without being told it is an option. See, my problem with that, Wombat, and I would never go against their wishes, but like I would be worried that it would be a maternal emotional connection that causes them to have that because they would grieve over the baby, right? I would respect their wishes, but like this would be something I would previously have like with my, if I had a wife and she became pregnant, like this would be a conversation I would want to have with her, right? One of those hard conversations you have to have about planning for stuff like that. For in the event of this, what are your requests? And can I change your mind if you choose the baby, right? And my reasoning's why. Even though I would absolutely respect your wishes no matter what, I would just hope that, you know, you'd save yourself and we could just make another baby. Unfortunately. But, as a man, right, I don't have any inkling towards, like, the, maternal connection you have to your baby, right? Because sometimes what'll happen is the mother will pick themselves over the baby, and then 2 years later, they'll kill themselves. Because of the grief, because of the connection to the child. So there are cases where saving the child is more important. And that's why it would be something that'd be like a preamble conversation, like beforehand, to talk about it, to bring it up, right? But again, I wouldn't want to go against their wishes, even if I didn't agree with it. 3, 2, 1, choke! It is what it is, right? Well, so an ethical wrinkle will be not telling the mother at all. Doctors saving the mother at the expense of the baby. No agency could translate to less guilt. Just conjecture, though. True. But I'm actually close to finishing it. Only a few more paragraphs. It's from Tara this time. Nice. Right? Sounds good, right? So, one of the main things for now is solidifying all the information for the botanist. Because again, I was like, the reasonings for everything, like going over it and everything, it seems pretty solid and it seems to work, right? There don't seem to be any big problem with it. So, this could be like an outline kind of idea, because we want personal backstory, reason for, what's the word? Not leaving. Not running away. Escaping, Legion? Escaping Legion. Yo, what's up, Smokey? What you at? What you got? What you doing, my man? How you doing, bro? Happy Father's Day, Smokey. You know, all them fathers out there. Good stuff. Reason for escaping Legion. Personal backstory. Family. Connections. Yo, what's good? Just chilling, Smokey. We're just talking about euthanasia. And now we're doing some stuff to do with Stoner Girl. Well, we wait for, you know, because usually I fuck around for like the first hour or so, and then we do the readings, right? Try to get myself warmed up into the right way, get my, you know, voice all good and warmed up and tone set for everything. Oh, get into the groove of it. Where else are you streaming? I'm streaming on Kick, streaming on Rumble, streaming on Twitter. And I used to stream on YouTube, but I pull up too much copyright stuff. Like, I watch movies and random things on YouTube for, like, clips and stuff. So I don't stream on YouTube anymore because I got a copyright strike. So I just, because what happens if you live, it's retarded. If you're streaming live, it just automatically kills the stream if it detects, like, the copyright. But, like, if I take the stream and I upload it to YouTube, it'll scan it and then it'll just not publish it. But I'll get, like, a copyright strike if I'm live. But if I upload something that has a copyright on it, it'll just not publish it. So I just take all the streams and I just upload them onto YouTube. So I have a list of all of my streams, at least the ones that can be published. But I have access to every single one of them because I can go onto the dashboard and it'll pull up the ones that are even blocked. So I have like a record of every single stream I've ever done. Because I always wanted just to have that. Right? As like, you know, you go back and you watch the evolution of your content, right? When you go back to the original, like, let's pull up like a random old stream. You can see like the difference between it. Alright, this is random Elden Ring stream. This is like part 8, because I did them in like different parts. I don't know if this is a DLC. Is this a DLC? Because this was like before I did writing and reading and stuff. Where I was just gaming. Having fun. This is my Elden Ring build, though. My jump attack double scythe. This shit is so OP. And then part of my faith build. I'm probably gonna fucking die here because I'm retarded. I'm so fucking bad. Oh my god. My double giant crusher build was strong. Fuck yeah. I'm just so bad. Yeah, this is when, like, the camera was, like, a different angle, and I had, like, the closet doors open and shit. Didn't have all that stuff behind me. And I had, like, the mic at, like, a completely different angle, right? Before I reset the entire, like, redid the entire setup to where it is now to, like, clean everything up. Because it was more like, like a boss on here or something. Oh, of course! Rolana! One of my favorite fucking bosses. Because this is, like, one of the most interactive bosses. Because of the styles of it. This build is so strong, though. And this is, like, pre-nerf to DLC, right? This is probably, like, DLC day 4.
Ooh. That's scary.
I'd never seen that attack, and I dodged it. It's one of those things. I have, like, no mana, though. Can't use any of my fucking... Because I have, like, part of my build is Faith for healing. Because you need Faith to wield the scythes. So it's, like, kind of, you're not wasting points because you need Faith for the scythes, and then you can use the healing spell on top of having your flasks. And it just creates more of a robust build, right? Because you can just do a lot more. But yeah, that was the old days back in the day when we actually gamed and stuff. Although I have been considering it. I don't think I want to play Monk. I think that's the reason with PoE. I just don't want to play Monk. So I'm considering playing a Mercenary and doing another Grenade build. Because I really enjoyed the Grenade build, and I know that the Mercenary has had some changes and stuff like that. So, and a new Ascendancy, right? So, maybe I will figure that out, right? I mean... on it, like I was saying, Smokey, I think just the fact that I thought that martial artist was a new class and not an ascendancy just like made me want to play. And then as soon as like I played Monk, I was like, I'm just not feeling it, you know? Maybe I should just play a fucking mage or something, or a ranger. I didn't fucking know. And then I was like, what about mercenary? Doing a grenade build again, you know? Something like that. I don't know. Cause like, I really want to play, but like, I'm not playing. And I'm like, well, why am I not playing? And I'm like, because, like, the way that I'm playing isn't how I want to play. So I gotta figure that out, right? But you're probably, like, level 99 by now, right? Smokey? Have you done every single Pinnacle boss? You should stream the bosses, Smokey. Stream and do all of the Pinnacles. 97 Sorcerer and a 96 Witch. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. That's insane. That's insane. And then I just think about Ascendancies, and I think about, like, the Gauntlet, or whatever it is, and I'm just like, oh my god, Honor. No thanks. Fuck that shit. I'm just not a fan of that mechanic. I like the old Labyrinth, as opposed to, like, the Trials. But it is what it is, right? Can't have everything, can't win every time. We could try, but the statistics are against us. Probability is against us. But manifestation is on our side. Right? Oh, and what I was gonna say, but like between botanist and cook, right? Maybe there's like a point of, since the fact that they're both from Legion, right? Like they know each other, and there's like a connection between both of them, which is like starts off in that way, right? And then like they're standing in Legion, right? So it's like the cook's family in Legion is like super high standing because his dad created like the ultimate ration, right? And then botanist family is because like they botanist dad like bred the beige plant, so both of those put their families on like extremely high spectrum of class inside of Legion, even though neither of those has to do with miracles of the goddess, because it's like things outside the miracles of the goddess are like almost coveted by Legion because they rely so heavily on it. So anything that can like effectively run outside of it, that's natural because again they're against technology. It's fine, and it's like the knowledge of. Hold on, let me fix this. The knowledge of being able to how do you say this? The knowledge of being able to use technology. What stories are you planning on reading today? Whoever's stories want to be read today, Jackal. I read everyone's stories that want to be read. Except maybe on a day where we have like 8 entries and like I'm just not feeling it and we don't do like a 9-hour stream. But I think that's only happened like once, and I think it's because I wasn't feeling very well. That was like after I had my seizure. Bad. But yeah, usually like the structure of the stream is like I talk for like an hour, usually about like what I'm working on, my ideas for the day. You know, chat with you guys, get my voice warmed up, throw ideas out. You know, write down a couple of things, investigate, maybe do some research. And then around like the hour and a half mark, we start reading people's stuff, depending upon, you know, the submissions that we get. That was hot when you had your seizure. Yeah, I know, right? My fucking rib's still killing me. Right? Like, my toe is fucked. It's getting more purple by the day. And, it is what it is, right? Fuck it. It is what it is. Shit happens. I grab some water, take a piss. I'll be right back. Alright, we back. Yeah, we usually like fuck around for a bit, then we read some stories, then we do some... Chapter 2 is up. Alright, sounds good, Fizz. Since I'm solidifying botanist now, right, we're kind of figuring out what's going on with her. I'm just thinking for like outlines of things that I like. I want to make sure that I have for every character, right? Okay, I'm thinking about this line specifically. Is this something that botanist... Maybe that's something Cook and botanist bond over, and that'll be like the inner laying of the web. Because, let's say botanist never thought about something like this, right? Oh, that's what I was talking... I was going to talk about, like, how religion is against technology, but knowledge is something different, right? Like, they use knowledge, so using knowledge that's come from technology can be, like, obscure, right? So the, like, knowledge of how to breed plants and create, like, you know, different crops and stuff like that isn't necessarily in and of itself technology, but because of the knowledge of, like, genetics and stuff like that that her dad has, that's why, you know, he can efficiently, like, do, like, crossbreeding between plants and, like, figure out if, like, plants are compatible and how to manipulate them in certain ways to, you know, not, let's say, using technology of, like, gene therapy in a way, but there's also the chance maybe he has something like that because of the phage plants, or he brought the phage plants from techno and just use them to breed with other plants, and uses the phage plant in and of itself as, like, the technological means to develop, like, the different herbs and spices and stuff. And then it's like, well, hold on here. Wouldn't that mean that her dad and the cook's dad would have to have a connection if one of them breeds different spices and one of them is trying to make, like, the ultimate ration? You'd think those two things would coincide, right? But then there's also the fact of that they just never knew each other, they never met, but they're in high parts of society. Maybe it happened... One of them would have had to happen first. Okay, that would be the solution. One of them would have to happen first, like, Cook's dad gets, the lambus bread, right? And... No, it would have to be... So, like, you'd have to have the spices first, because the spices make the bread. Or maybe there's, like, an advanced version of the bread that you could make with, like, flavor to it, and the original ration doesn't have flavor. So if the cook's dad come up and makes this ration, but it's, let's say it's just bland, right? But it's still effective. Then botanist dad comes up and makes, like, all the spices. And then at some point in time, let's say, like, botanist dad dies. And the research gets, like, passed on, right? But because it's, like, now they're in, like, high parts of society, Cook is like, oh, hey, or Cook's dad is like, hey, you know, what are these? Looking at, like, the new spices, and it's like maybe there's a connection where they meet then, and then botanist gives, like, the spices to Cook's dad and upgrades lambus bread. Or maybe they never meet, but Cook and botanist get together and they have, like, the formula for the lambus bread from the dad as well as the spices, and they try to, like, add flavor and modify it in a way. Like adding herbs to bread, basically. And then that becomes, like, why they get such a connection, because then Cook and botanist are working on the level of, like, upgrading, like, and combining both of their parents' work, right? I think that's probably the strongest connection. And it's, like, the order in which they came up and how it happened, and how, like, maybe with the botanist dad, right, and the phage plant and stuff, there's some sort of secret behind it. So it's, like, not necessarily in the forefront of society, and when it becomes that way, things get discovered, and that's why botanist has to leave Legion. So maybe botanist never wanted to leave Legion, but had to leave Legion. And then that's where meeting, like, Cook, because... The question would be, does... Well, if the parent... So the parents never met because of the time that they came up, which would mean that Cook and botanist never met, so this sentence would never be uttered by Cook until later. So the reason for Botanist leaving wouldn't have to do with this. But upon, like, connection to Cook, realizing this and thinking about it, right? And now I'm thinking, like, age gaps, right? Like, how old is Cook? How old is Botanist? Like, could there be, like, a 20, 30-year difference in their age? Like, one's, like, an old person now, and the other one's, like, a young person, so it's, like, the differential in generation between their parents? And that would cause the dissonance that didn't allow, like, the overlap. This is, like, Botanist is, like, younger, right? So Cook, Cook's family came up and, like, did their thing, and by the time Cook was already gone, right, something would happen with, like, Cook's dad, right? So Botanist's dad and Cook's dad, although being in the same caste, in society, because of, like, the generational gap difference, right, Cook's dad dies of old age before Botanist's dad creates and figures out, like, the phage plant, or implements, like, the phage plant. And that way, it's reasonable that they would have never met, despite the fact that, like, that's like saying, like, the weaponsmith and the blacksmith never knew each other. It's like, come on, they're probably working out of the same forge, right? So it's like a logical, what do you think would happen in real life in these situations? Because these people are in the same class, they're working basically inside of the same industry. So how, and they're basically, like, at the top of their industry, and both of their industries, like are, like, insanely symbiotic to each other. One is flavoring, and the other is sustenance. So that goes hand in hand, right? So it would almost be ridiculous if they never, like, had that connection, unless there was, like, a generational gap, and by the time, like, Botanist's dad had already come up, Cook's dad was dead, and Cook had already left. So there was, like, no one who knows, like, the original lambus bread formula, or something like that. It's like, I'm trying to think how you would do that, right? Because you'd need to still be able to make it, right? So then you would need the recipe. So how would that work with... So just everyone has the recipe. How does that, like, break the story? I don't think it does. Because, like, I can only think of, like, the reason why it would break the story is because it would put everyone else on the same level as, like, Cook's family. Because he wouldn't have the power to hold over people's heads by having the recipe. Or, what about this? Cook leaves, but he's the only one who knows the recipe. And, like, this causes, like, an upstir in, like, the military in a way, because, like, they don't have a way to reproduce this ration anymore. And maybe it's something like they find a way to use miracles to replicate the ration. Because I'm like, I want it to be something that doesn't include miracles, and that's something that's, like, kind of sacrilegious in a way, but it's like this family and this side is, like, again, on, like, the party, like, political party of people who are like, we don't want to be infinitely controlled. Genuinely forgot what this is, by the way. Do you mean, like, what I'm talking about? Like, okay, so the reason why so there's the city of Legion, right, which is the religious city, obviously, because of the name, obviously, and, like, it's like a religion you can't leave, right? So the people that leave are, like, tried to be, like, hunted down, right? But Menos is protected by Techno, and since they're in the middle of a war, they can't allocate resources to it. So people are leaving the city without being noticed. But the question here becomes, how does someone who is ingrained in the top levels of society leave Legion, like, without things being, like, uproared, right? Because that would be something that would be noticed by the people. So we're talking about a connection between the cook's dad, who created the lambus bread, which is the main ration they use for their military, and the botanist dad, who created the phage plant, which allows the, like, instantaneous breeding between different plants to create, like, different herbs and different spices, right? So, on a logical level, you would think that someone who was breeding and creating the different spices to put on food would have a direct connection to the person who's trying to create, like, the ultimate sustainable ration, right? Because, like, if you combine those together, you would have, like, a flavorful, awesome ration, right? So in a reader's head, there has to be a realistic reason, right, why those two characters would have never interacted with each other and never would have met each other. So my conclusion and answer to that is a generational gap, where by the time the botanist's dad becomes a part of society, Cook's dad is already dead, and Cook has left the city. So there's, within that timeline, there's no possible way in the top of the class for those two people to have met. And that's, like, my logical reasoning to give to the reader why these two characters have never interacted before. Despite, like, every part of their background basically dictating that they should have been best friends. Does that logic track? Because now that it's, like, fully formed, I can, like, say it straight without, like, deviations, right? Because right now, that's, like, the canon. And I need to see, like, does that work? Or are there other things that I need to work in there to make it so it's, like, believable, right? That these circumstances happened. Because that needs to be the importance. Yeah, there is a lot going on, but I think I get it. Yeah. That's, like, one of my biggest problems, right? Is, like, I talk fast, I have, like, 8 things going through my head at the same time, and, like, I make assumptions of information that people have, right? Which causes people to be like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, well, what part of the puzzle are you missing? Fuck, right? And especially if it's like I am live, just brain thinking out loud, like my thought process of how I'm coming up with these ideas and how I'm sorting them together. So it's like totally understandable that someone would get lost in that, because I'm also getting lost in it as I'm creating it. So, like, taking a step back and coming back and saying, okay, this is the story that we have so far, without all the deviations, gives, like, a clearer structure of what's going on, right? Because these two characters and their families are the most important part of the story when it comes to Legion, right? Because they are fundamentally the people that can restore Legion back to what it was after losing the miracles, because they have the knowledge and ability to repair the infrastructure of the city by using their knowledge, right? And that also comes down to, like, the third character that's involved in this, which is the alchemist, because they're going to be, like, creating glass, right? Like, they're going to be using, like, technology inside of Legion once, like, they get to that point, right? Because there's going to be 3 characters that get kidnapped at some point in the story and taken to Legion. And they're, like, political hostages to try to get Legion back up on its feet, because they've lost all of their infrastructure. And now they're, like, accepting technology. So they're using the knowledge that these characters have to basically create basic technology to have, like, water filtration systems, electrical grids, you know, like, communication systems, and stuff like that, right? So they're connection to their family inside of Legion is one of like, that's like a huge factor, right? Because it's like, oh shit, you're that guy's son. Oh shit, you're that. Because like normally they would have been captured and basically like tortured, extracted their information, and executed. But because of their family's standing, there's like a leniency towards it because they realize that there's a higher set of value on these people, right? Because there's going to be other characters that are also kidnapped, and those characters are executed, right? So it's like, why are these characters kept alive, but the other characters aren't? And it's because their connection to their background. And that's like my way of creating viable plot armor for the character that's like believable, right? Instead of just saying, having something that's like, oh, it's just plot armor that makes them survive. It's like, well, how can I define an element of the story that allows this character to naturally obtain plot armor, right? And like having political and high-level connections inside of a city that's falling apart with knowledge that could fix it is definitely not plot armor, but it's also plot armor, right? And that's kind of how I think about it. So I try to create scenarios like that with all of my characters to give them a structured purpose inside of the story. And that's why I try to create such elegant and extravagant backgrounds for each of the characters. But I only do that after I've established what that character's purpose is inside of the story, right? So there's no like, oh shit, I created the wrong background for the wrong character, right? And that's just my creative process, right? And that's why I like doing these like things at the beginning of the stream where I like go through and like do this, because I think it's important to express like the mechanics of how I go through my creativity. Because like for instance, I talk to my dad, I talk to my sister, and I talk to my brother all the time about like storytelling and stuff like that, right? And we all have fundamental different ways that we essentially like create, combine, and establish ideas when telling a story. So that's what fascinates me with being like, I wonder if other people like on the same level of creativity as me, like people that actually want to be authors and write their own books, write their own stories, are they equivalent on the level of my like thinking process, right? Because again, it's stupid, it's retarded, it's arrogant, but I think it's like a very purposeful thing, right? I'll preface it with the idea of if you don't cry while writing the scene, why would you expect anyone else to cry during that scene, right? And it's like, if you're creating these high-level things, you should have like the idea in your head, like, I'm creating the best story that's ever been told. I'm a savant, I'm above everyone else, I'm amazing, my story needs to be told, right? Like, I'm gonna change the world by my story because my story is so awesome, right? Like, that should be like your baseline foundation of how you approach it, because that gives you like the inspiration, the motivation, the positivity. The problem is separating ego from that and realizing that like, this is just a perspective that is helpful to promote yourself, right? And you should never have the expectation that other people believe the same thing. But it's on the mentality level of, well, if you think that your story is shit, right, you have to be your own biggest fan. Exactly, grinding the axe. Exactly. Right? You have to, no one else is going to advocate and like promote you. You have to do it yourself. You have to be your biggest fan. You have to be your biggest promoter. You have to be your biggest advocate. And even if like, you know that like it's a shitty story and you want to improve it and stuff, it's like having that mentality towards it, I think is just positive. If you're able to separate the ego and realize like comparison wise, right? That's why I compare myself to other great writers. Right? Like, how do they story build? How do they create worlds? How do they emphasize characters? How do they, you know, tell their story? And I compare that to me and I say, I think I'm better than them. Right? It's just like I watch streamers and I look at streamers and they're so fucking boring, I'm not gonna lie. They're boring, they don't do anything, right? They don't have, like, a purpose. I feel like they don't provide a value, right? So, when I'm here, every moment, I'm trying to create a value for the viewer so that they feel like they're engaged and stick around, right? And it's not just like a, oh, he's reading my story, right? Because I always emphasize, like, right, if you're your biggest advocate, you should be going to basically, like, every writing and reading stream that does, like, beta reading and, like, presenting your stories to them, right? So it's not like I expect people to stick around and have any obligation to anything for me to read your story, right? If you want, like, I can just, like, DM you or something like that when it's your time to read, if you want to go to, like, other streams and have other people read your stuff, right? Whereas I find there are a lot of people that are kind of like, oh, if you're not in the stream, if you're not a viewer, right? Like, you have to, like, earn trust to get to, like, the beta read. And I'm like, looking at it from a personal perspective of how you want to present your story, I just don't think that's a good attitude to have. You should be encouraging other people to be presenting their story to as many eyes as possible, right? And if you provide enough value that they're like, well, I want to stick around anyways, and that's just a bonus, right? And, like, that's why I want to be a fundamentally different community from, not all of them, but a lot of the writing streams, right? And since the community is, like, so close-knit together and stuff like that, right? It's an amazing community. It's just, like, I don't have any expectations for anything, but I want to provide value, right? And then I look at other streamers and I look at them and I think, in their own heads, do they feel like they're trying to provide value? And I feel like to, like, 80% of them, the answer is no. And that's, like, for me, the difference between, like, doing it for the love of the game and doing it because, like, you're, let's say, pressuring yourself into it, right? It's like I started streaming as a way to hold myself accountable to writing. And since, like, I'm just so in it now, it's like I'm in it for the love of the game, even though I started out as a way to just be like, this is a job, right? These are your work hours, and this is what you have to do during your work hours, right? And then that was just to get me into a space where I would actually write. Because I had, like, 100 stories in my head, but I just never fucking write them. And, like, I'm mainly a short story writer, right? And it's like, this is the first time I'm moving into longer form stuff, despite having the Final Fantasy book that's a 20-year storyline, and that's its own thing. But Stoner Girl Evolution just, like, has become an obsession of mine because I just need to tell this story. I don't know why, I just do, right? Well, there is the Kantian idea that it's immoral to use another streamer just as a means and an end to the beta reader. Exactly, Wombat. I feel you. And that's why I make it publicly known and I advocate for you not to feel that way, right? And I don't hold anything against any streamer that does that because you have to advocate for yourself and you want to build an audience and you want to, you know. But again, I'm in a unique situation where, like, I know people are trying to, like, earn their living off of their writing. And if, like, you know, pulling all of your revenue streams together, right? Like streaming, writing, having, like, a part-time day job, I'm in a unique position where I don't have to do that. I'm basically set for life, right? I'm just lucky. And I want to share that with people, right? So I want to put other people and me in a position where people understand that and know that, so they don't have, like, an obligation. So that, like, you could go support other streamers that, like, might need it, right? And again, like, I want to provide the value and I want you to be here and I want you to feel that way, right? That you want to be here, but I don't want to create an obligation, right? And I feel like I don't hold it against any other streamer, but I know that, like, a lot of other streamers want to hold that obligation because they want to hold their audience. And again, I hold nothing against them. In fact, I encourage them for that. And I know that I'm in a unique position in order to be able to do what I'm doing. So I want to make that available to other people, right? And that's why it's like I do what I do. And I don't expect anyone else in any way to do what I do, right? Because you should always be doing what's best for you. And I think the best thing for me is just creating a unique community in which I can just be myself. Because I can't be myself inside of, especially like writing communities, because, not gonna lie, right? It's harsh to say, but creative people, because of how our brains work and stuff like that, we are more sensitive towards things. So ideas and stuff like that can trigger people heavily and like on a higher level than other people, right? So I understand why like streaming and writing communities are like safe spaces, right? So it's like I will go into a stream and I will type out the word retard and I will erase it and I will use a different word, right? Like I will self-censor myself inside of basically every other community because I know the things that I say will upset people and I don't want to cause friction between people, right? So that's why it's like I create a community for myself that allows me to be myself so that I don't have to self-censor, right? But I understand why I should, why people would want me to, and like the like entire like connection building of like respect with people, right? And I think that's extremely important to make known to your audience, right? And we have like a couple of new people coming in, so whenever that happens, I like to just kind of rant about this, right? Because I understand how it is, and the world is the world, right? And I don't want anyone having an obligation or feeling like they have an obligation, right? It's just like with like, for instance, the derogatoriness, right? And like, I'm a fucking cross-dresser femboy, right? So there's a lot of like sexual derogatory jokes, right? And it's like, I don't give a fuck. In fact, I encourage it because I think it's fucking funny. But like, I would never go into another community and like say that to someone, right? But because it's part of my personality, I think that like, if that's part of your personality, fucking bring it on, dude. Let's have some fucking laughs. Let's make fun of each other. Let's banter. Let's have a good time, right? And I want to create that atmosphere of like unseriousness where it's like we have our serious moments, like, right? Like I do serious critique. I take your story seriously. But we also understand we can take a step back and just be like, have fun and just do whatever we want, right? And I want to highly advocate that to you people. What do you mean, you people? Right? And it's like, I purposefully choose words, and I purposefully, like 90% of what I say has been, like, rerun in my head, right? Like, there's a delay of the thinking in my head, and it's, like, 20 seconds, like, ahead of, like, what I say, right? So I'm, like, pre-buffering, like the conversation in the back of my head while I'm saying the conversation, and purposefully choosing things that are like over the top, derogatory, divisive, esoteric, abstract, to try and build a like multi-dimensional view of the topic that I'm talking about. I shall repeat myself. Hi, Axe! Hi, Axe! I just want to say hi again, Axe! Hi, Axe! Hey, everyone! And it's like with Raymond, because we have a viewer, Raymond, he does essays, right? And mainly philosophical essays. So, like, he'll take something like, some sort of media, and then he'll break it down into a aspect, and then use a philosophical understanding of different things, and he uses, like, he has a lot of, like, you know, philosophers' books. So he uses like exact quotes and like sources and stuff like that. And it's basically full essay format of like describing an element of civilization or society using, you know, all of the greatest philosophers to come to a conclusion about how society should feel about that idea, right? Whether it's like aspects inside of entertainment like violence and like desensitization, or like the censorship of certain language inside of communications to avoid like conflict. So what are you writing tonight? Technically grinding, I'm writing the backstory for Botanist, while solidifying the backstory and connections and everything for Botanist. And we'll probably write things down in like 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to doing the beta reading in about 20 minutes or so. I went to therapy in my freshman year of college, and my lack of a filter cost me my entire friend group. Developed a filter since then, and I have even learned to think differently. Because the people only rarely acknowledge that maybe they are the problem, because sometimes you are the problem. If that's the case, it's on you to change. Exactly, Wombat, and I know I'm the problem. I'm a fucking problem child, and if you guys haven't figured that out from being 5 minutes inside of the stream, well, I'm a fucking problem child. Right? Like, I get in trouble so much in, like, public social situations and shit, because I can't fucking shut up. And being able to acknowledge and accept that you are the problem is so important to that line of removing ego from action, right? And, like, separating hope from expectation. Because expectation is, like, if it doesn't meet your expectation, that upsets you, right? But if things don't meet your hopes, that's just, you know, I tried, right? So, in order to set your expectations at a realistic level, but always hope, dream, and pray for the moon. But you never want to expect the moon. Because the second you start expecting the moon, that's when, like, arrogance, ego, like, selfishness, just greed, like pride, like literally everything rises to the surface and you turn from virtue to sin, right? And since I'm such like a high level thinker of like, I'm always thinking about my own thinking, about other thinking, about characters thinking, like at any given time, I'm like, well, what am I thinking now that one of my characters would think if they were in their position, right? And I use that as like a training mechanism. And I think that's why I'm so good at picking up on, like, how characters are. Because I'm, like, continuously trying to place myself into other people's positions to see how I would act in that situation. And I look at myself and say, can I change my attitude towards how I think about that? And I think this is, like, an extremely high-level, like, cognitive thing that, like, when I analyze how other people think, no one ever talks about that. Right? And it's like, that's why I like picking the brain of other people of how they think, because I'm like, well, is like the fundamental way that like I think different? And if like, again, it's arrogance, I'll say that, but if like the formula that I use to like create and think is superior to the one that you use, isn't it my duty as a creative to teach you my formula so that you can enhance your level of thinking, right? But there are people that think of that as like a, oh, you think you're better than me, right? And even if in like scientific reality graphing proof it's true, you can't enforce that on someone else's view, right? And I think that's probably one of the biggest problems with like creative communities is everyone thinks that everyone thinks alike, so they'll all come to the same conclusion, right? And I want to admonish that thinking, and I want to analyze your brains to say, okay, how can we solidify the fact that we all know that we have different formulas for how we think? And there's no right or wrong answer. There is just simply an answer. And once you can remove the fact that it doesn't matter what the answer is, as long as you can come to an answer, I think that's where you, like, ascend, essentially, and, like, you can use the full capacity of, like, the connections of ideas in your brain. Because before that, you're like, oh, this idea would never be acceptable to use in this way, blah, 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 and then you, like, self-censor the idea and, like, diminish the quality of your work. Because, again, whether you're doing it for, like, instance, oh, you know that an audience wouldn't accept something like this, and again, you're trying to make a career off of it. For instance, like, if I was trying to make a career off of Stoner Girl Evolution, I would not call the rival N-word. It's so obvious what you're trying to do, but I think it's funny, so I'm gonna do it anyways, right? But I know, like, how divisive and retarded, and people are going to see that and just throw the book away, right? But I don't want to stifle my creative ideas just because of that, because I don't have an obligation to sell any books. Before the vast majority of my student loans got wiped, I had my sights on the moon as a survival instinct. I would have had to pay $600K over like 30 years. Now I have a balance of like $27K left. I'll be able to clear in the next year. That's crazy, Wombat. And that's like the idea of like financial literacy and like understanding consequences of your actions and being like prepared to like do things, right? Because it's a risk evaluation assessment, right? Where most people say the risk evaluation assessment on student loans is like 10%. Where it's like, you know, 10% of the time, you're gonna fail. 90% of the time, the amount of money you will make back from the education you get from student loans will clear the ladder. And that's like the public opinion, right? But the reality is 10% get off and 90% are spent in debt the rest of their life. And this to me is like a fundamental obscurity of how like people in authority abuse people of like trust, right? Like you're trusting in the authorities in education to give you the best outcome. But the sabotage in and inside of academia that just wants you to advance them, I think is the sole reason we need to fundamentally reevaluate what education is. Because I think if you turned the entire education system into a video game, a 6-year-old who, like, if you gave them the video game at 4, and that was like kindergarten, and then you could play it all the way through to like any degree of that you wanted, right? That was like a download for the game, right? And you, by 6 years old, I would bet $1 million that 6-year-old would be at college level of everything. Do you think that's like a possible probability? Or do you think that like even at 6 years old their brain wouldn't have been developed enough to be able to get like calculus or like algebra, right? Or like concepts inside of history and stuff like that, right? The issue is that when I was going to my freshman year, graduates were getting jobs making $100K per year right out of college. And when I graduated a year later, I think 5 of us in the 100 in the graduating class in my major have jobs in the field, game design. Yeah, and that doesn't account for like the changing of the tide, right? If it takes you 10 years to get your education, but you're basing the outcome of your education on now, in 10 years, like, is that even going to be viable? Like, look at all the people that do, like, that were like, oh, I'm going to do, like, gender studies, and I'm going to do, like, philosophy of sociology, right? Like, I have a friend who has 5 degrees, right? She has a sociology degree, she has a philosophy degree, she has a, what is it? It's like a, it's history, but it's like it's a specific degree in history. I don't remember what it is, but it's like for like a certain time period, right? Fuck, what's the other one she has? I mean, did I say psychology? Because she has sociology, philosophy, history, psychology, and she never got a job in any of those. She worked at a university as like basically a TA, and now she just got her EMT license. So she wanted to be a teacher but couldn't make any money being a teacher, so now she's a paramedic. Also, what sucks is like college, and she spent she was a drug dealer, okay? She doesn't have student loans. She paid for everything, like fucking on hand. Like she was super smart, right? She was my weed dealer, right? Like since like 14, she was basically financially set because of selling drugs. And I commend her for that, because she only sold weed. She only sold weed. Weed's not even a fucking illegal drug anymore. Although I don't know what the laws are for self-distribution. Because I know it's like the same for like alcohol, right? Like you can't just make your own alcohol and distribute it, but people do. Right? People make their own wine. But because my friend's mom used to make her own wine and shit. But it's like, such as like college is an inelastic demand for me, no price. Would have made me not go. Not sure how much of that was from me or from society and social elevation of the educated. Yeah, like I took film in school. I wanted to go to film school. And then that kind of didn't work. And then I got into physical labor doing like gutter cleaning. And then I did like window washing. And then I worked at a mill. And then I crushed my foot at the mill. So that's when I started having my seizures and everything. And then from there, I was like, well, like what can I do, right? And then I was like, well, I could do electrical. Because I was like, at that point, like I had only had one seizure. Like I had a seizure after they stitched my foot after they had cut an eschar off of it. And I hadn't had a seizure for 7 years. And so I was going to do like small spaces because I'm a small guy. And it's like a highly sought after thing for people that are like under 5'8", basically, right? And like between like 130 and like 140 pounds. And it's like you basically go inside of control panels and build control panels inside of like factories, right? And that's what I specialized in with like my electrical degree. But then I started having seizures every 3 months, and now that electrical degree is basically useless because I can't be left alone in small spaces. Even though that's literally what my degree is for. And that's why it's like, even when my parents are like my parents understand that it's like, I have an insane work ethic. I'm totally willing to do anything. I will do whatever needs to be done. I have no qualms with it. I'll do it with a fucking smile on my face. And they're like, you've basically proven yourself. So because of like your seizures and your epilepsy, right, we're just not gonna make you do anything, right? You can do it if you want, right? Like I had a job at Walmart because I was lonely and I wanted to like socialize, right? That like before I started streaming. And now that I'm like streaming and interacting with you guys, like, I don't feel lonely or anything. I don't feel like a need to go out and socialize, right? So it's like, I mean, I've been contemplating it because I mean, I like the people that are there, of like going back and working part-time and stuff just for fun. But then I'm like, what do I want to prioritize when it comes to the stream, right? And my writing. So that's kind of taken over. And that's given me a point where I'm able to do what I'm able to do. And I thank my parents every day for it, that you know, they trust me and believe in my writing enough that they're like, even if you don't sell a book, we think the ideas that you have are fascinating, and maybe one day someone will, you know, get something out of them, right? And they want to read my books when I finish them, because the way that I talk about them. And my dad says to me all the time, I'm not interested. Like, he's not a fantasy person. He's not interested in that shit. But I tell him, like, Stoner Girl Evolution, and his eyes light up. And he's like, what the fuck? That's awesome. And I'm like, that gives me, like, the idea of, like, even people outside of the genre, just how powerful the storytelling is itself could bring people to the table, right? Though my game design degree isn't useless, I learned a lot of general stuff. Now I am my office's spreadsheet wizard, and also the best at writing professional emails in the office. I'm good at delivering bad news without pissing people off. I get that, Wombat. My main thing is, like, I would say my main problem with communication is the fact that I communicate through, like, storytelling. And if you don't have, like, an ability to connect, like, hypothesis, theoretical, and, like, possibilities, the way that I communicate will be confusing to you because you won't understand why I'm telling you the story that I'm telling you. Right? And that's why it's like I have to understand who I'm talking to use which method. Because I think the storytelling is the most powerful one. But if you can't, like, abstract, then the storytelling is useless, right? Welcome, Ahab. What you doing? What you got, my man? Made me a Sammy with garlic, aioli, Havarti, roast beef, and roasted peppers. Oh, on ciabatta bread. Ciabatta bread. That sounds amazing, Ahab. I fucking love sandwiches. Do we have a panini maker? Oh my god, best fucking investment ever. Jesus taught me how to speak in analogies. Well, Wombat, that's kind of how it is. Like, I was raised Christian, right? The first book I ever read was the Bible. And, like, I ferociously read the Bible. Like, I loved reading stories. Like, we had a picture Bible, I had my normal Bible, we had like the new just the like St. James, or like New King James version. Like we had like 8 different versions of Bibles, and I loved looking at the differentiations in the denominations of like, oh, this is like the Catholic version, this is the Protestant version, right? And stuff like that. Like I was fascinated by that when I was like 6 years old, right? And like the way that storytelling was told through parables in the Bible. And then like one of my favorite books growing up was like Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul, because it told an analogies through parables, through stories of like lived reality of like people in my age. So I went from like historical references from thousands of years ago to stories like nowadays, right? Of like, and the most prominent one I always remember is like, dude is at school, right? And he's like a loner, people don't like him, and then all of a sudden, these like cool kids invite him to a LAN party. So he like packs up his computer and his dad drops him off at their house, and basically the kids like completely fucking destroy his computer and lock him out of the house. And they won't give him like a phone, and this is like 1993, right? Like we don't have cell phones or anything. And this is like 4 miles from the guy's house. And the kids locked him out of the house, and he had to walk back to his house, and he had to like go up to neighbors and like get a phone to like call his house to get his dad to pick him up. And his computer was completely fucking destroyed, right? And it's like the kind of idea of like, you know, background checks and like associating with people, and people might not have your best interest at heart. Don't just believe people. Don't be excited when people ostracize you and then invite you in. You know, it's like girls being invited to parties like in the middle of nowhere and then like getting raped, right? It's like any logical person would be like, well, why would you do that? And the idea is, Carrie, yes, and the idea is because they're so like desperate that they'll just believe person. Fuck, man, that was so good. Oh, I believe it, Ahab. I fucking love sandwich. Like, I can taste it, Ahab. Like, I feel like I ate the sandwich. Like, straight up. I'm like slathered in fucking mayo, bro, with garlic poured on it. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm gonna make roast beef myself next time, I think. There is like huge problems with like grade of roast beef. I have a problem with roast beef because my mom would always do roast, but she couldn't stand red meat. So she cooked everything thoroughly, and I wasn't really like a big meat steak fan. And then my friend showed me what a blue rare steak was. It changed my fucking life. Because he saw, like, I invited him over, right, for dinner, and he was like, what the fuck is this? And he immediately brought me to his house and made a steak on a barbecue, and he said, eat this. And I was like, I love it! What the fuck is that? Because, like, roast beef and shit, like, you know, like, fully cooked, like, there is, like, a certain thing you do with it, but, like, you're, like, making steaks that are fully well done, and, like, that's the only meat, like, I'd ever eaten. That's what I thought steaks were until I was, like, 14. I think that's fucking child abuse. 3, 2, 1, toke. Yeah, no, I won't eat anything that doesn't have a pink center. Unless it's like Strombolia. I don't know what the word is, but like if it's like like you take a fully well done roast beef steak, you slice it into like millimeter thin things, you strip those, you dunk that in like au jus, you soak that for like a week, and then you have like a beef dip with it. At some point in time, right, I think, like, you're not gonna notice the difference between the rareness at that point. Little pearl onions, oh, fuck yeah, dude. My mom makes such amazing stew. Oh my fucking god. She makes such good stew. And even with, like, cause she still does that with the meat, right? And you know how, like, she buys the steak bites and then fully cooks them. And I keep telling her, like, let me, like, literally don't even put the steak bites in. Just like cook the potatoes and all of the things without the meat, right? And then put the meat in afterwards for like maybe 20 minutes. and then like ice bath it. So like you like rare cook the steaks. Which that's too much work, and I'm like, you know what? Fair enough. I'm not the one making it. I'm not complaining about what it is. I was just given the idea, right? Because you're like, it's a good idea, but it's too much work. And I'm like, that's totally fucking understandable, right? But anyways, so, shall we get into the reading, right? So, I know Fizz was here first, and the queue system doesn't work on Kick, because it doesn't have, like, a bot for that. So, despite the fact that, because in the queue right now is, Jackal, right? Whoops. Wombat, sorry. Wombat's in the queue right now. But Wombat showed up after Fizz. So we'll do Fizz first, and then Wombat, we will do you after that. Does that sound good? And then, Jackal, if we want to do you after that, since you're technically not in the queue. And that's, like, why I created the queue. So it was like, because I don't know if you want me or you have anything, and I don't want to, like, be like,
Do not drink water. Do
um,
not leave your seat.
some sort of priority, right? Like, I know for a fact Fizz was here first, because he was here within, like, a second of the stream starting. I was still on the starting screen when he said, yo. So I know that, like, he was here first. But, and Kick doesn't have the queue system, so I'm just gonna purposefully prioritize him, but I want you guys to know that's why. It's not, like, a favoritism thing, right? And then, the queue system so that, like, you know, it's fair to, like, who shows up when and, like, stuff like that, right? I won't be able to stay if you want to do timestamp thing, like, before the reading mine. It'll probably take, like, 3 minutes. I would love that. How do I enter the queue? Exclamation point queue, join. Space join. And, okay, well, actually, you know what, Wombat? If yours isn't gonna take long and you can't stay, I'll read yours first. Because, yeah, yours is, like, a super small thing, right? So I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I'm gonna take this toke because of the wellness check, but I think that's totally fair. Do you agree, Fizz? Because his is just, like, a poem, so it's, like, super short. So we just get it out of the way, and since he has to go, I think it's only fair. I don't mind. Yeah, there we go, see? This is reasonable discourse, guys. 3, 2, 1, torque. Torque? The fuck? Torque? Toke. Stick around for hours anyways. I appreciate it, Fizz, I do. I'm glad that I'm providing, you know, providing entertainment and interest that, keeps you engaged. Where is Wombat? Okay. Scoozy. Okay, so we're going to take it directly from Discord. I wished I could maximize this, but I can't. Alright. Keto flu. Is that, or is it keto? Keto. Keto flu? My brain is in a state where it can be read, where there isn't sugar stuck, holding screws in their threads. I open the panel, so I start to glitch. The transmission didn't shift smoothly. The gear didn't fully switch. I'm in two states at once. A falsely true Boolean. A lucid depression. Managed by reason. I've felt this before. I'm hormone nothing withdrawn. I'll be fine collapsed after a few days. It's my brain, me. I force myself, don't want to get out of bed. I force myself, don't want to go to the social event. Reason wins. Like every time I study this feeling, fascinated by my mind, I feel like an intruder within this path escape. Am I just a tourist, since I always escape? But is this scheduled state truly what I name? By keeping rice off my plate, am I approaching real pain? This is performance art. This is a living painting, you see. Germa. Germa's a streamer, right? Or a YouTuber? I don't know anything about, like, online fucking lore and shit. I was late to the party when it comes to that stuff. So, like, references to, like, old school stuff like that, I'm like, wait, I think I know what that is, but, like, anything between, like, 2010 to, like, 2020, I just didn't have an internet presence, right? No, I really like that. And it's, like, it's super clear of, like, it's a fasting moment, right? I think I read it wrong, and I'm sorry. I don't know what you meant. Please make sure you have the line breaks when you read this. Like, I wasn't exactly sure. It was supposed to be like, I've seen, I've felt, I'm hormone, I'm nothing, I'll be fine, I'll be collapsed. And it's like the brackets are a repetition. Because, like, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking about keeping format for line breaks. So, yeah, so TLDR, when you go from not being on keto to being on keto, a no-carb, no-sugar diet around day 5, 7 or so, get a bunch of brain fog and withdrawal. Oh, because, like, your body is trying to, like, find something else to synthesize. There's a fucking specific drug. Like, it turns sugar into a specific neuro drug, right? And it's like, your body can do it with like 4 different things, but it mainly does it with like sugar. So when you're like sugar deficit, your body is like, oh shit, what do I find to do this with, right? At least I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And it's a specific neurotoxin, or I don't know why I'm trying to say neurotoxin, neurochemical in your brain. And we did that just before ads, guys. We got in just before ads. Fuck yeah. Oh, and I totally forgot about this. Again, the chapter is a bit more on the romantic side. It's a happy chapter, if you will. It's got smut in it, Fizz? It's got smut in it? We got some, like, seducing. Like, you know, he walks up to her. And it's like, you know, you put your hand against the wall, and you just, like, lean in against her ear. And you're just, like... You take, like, a deep breath that, like, they can hear. And then you'd be like... So... And then you just sit there, right? The panties are instantly wet. I wouldn't do that in the second chapter. Ads, fadas, ads, tads, mad dad ad rads with my fat dad. It's an ad. You want a toke to go with that ad? Heavily poke out your ads. Oh, what I was gonna say about what I said with Torque is like the last clip that I got was like, I'm sometimes like, you know, you say 10,000 words in a day, you're bound to say 10,001 wrong. So like when I'm reading, sometimes I'll just like fuck up what I'm saying, right? And then I'll be like, man, I'm fucking retarded, I can't read. And in this clip, I fucked up completely what I was saying, and then I said, fuck man, I can't smell. Because I was thinking about spell, but like, so the clip's called Can't Smell. And I'm just like, I'm so fucking retarded. I literally have to like change the word 4 times. That's just how my brain works. Like, how'd you get smell out of that? I'm like, because of spell. You know, I can't read, can't spell, I can't smell. I'm so fucking... I was pretty fucking funny. But it's just because of how ridiculous it is, right? It's like, it's just like the barrier of layers of escalation, right? Because it's like you're proving that you can't spell, but you also can't speak. You also can't read. No, it's because your brain is too IQ for your mouth. I mean, I don't really consider IQ, like, important. I just consider how, like, I don't think a statistical thing. I think, like, a more practical approach. This is how I would do it with a more practical approach, right? Is you would have, like, the different categories of, like... No, but it's funny. Exactly. Exactly. You would have... Damn it. I was gonna make a joke, but... Because, you know, like, the final category to that would be, like, retard. You'd have, like, Down syndrome, then retard. It's like, I saw this meme today where it's like the average IQ of, like, this place is 43. And then it's like the average IQ of a Down syndrome person is 50. And then it's like the Chad fucking meme, but it's got, like, the Down syndrome face on it. Oh my fucking god, so fucking funny. Oh, I love humor, guys. I'm an advocate for you can make fun of anything, right? Like, one of my favorite South Park jokes is, like, the devil is having a costume party, and, Steve Irwin shows up, and Satan's like, yo, isn't that a little early for that? And then, he's like, no, I'm actually Steve Irwin. And he's like, oh, this is a costume party. Because he shows up and he's got the stingray stuck inside of him, right? And this was like, I think this was like 3 months or 4 months after he died. I don't remember when the episode actually came out, but, like, fucking hilarious. But yeah, definitely too soon. But I'm like, I can appreciate dark humor, right? And I can understand that you're not doing it maliciously, right? That's like the separation of it, right? Whereas there are people that will do it maliciously, right? And you have to be able to separate that, and you have to condemn the people that are doing it maliciously. Because there's a clear difference between it, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright, we got Fizz up. Okay, Fizz. So there's New World Chapter 2. Is that all you want me to read? Because I know you have multiple iterations of different stories in here. So I'm not 100% which one you want me to read. Because we only read the prologue, right? We didn't read chapter 1. So we're on, like, chapter 1, right? No, wait, we read chapter 2. I'm dumb. No, I'm sorry, we read... Wait, we read chapter 1, yeah. There was the prologue, then chapter 1, because the prologue was when they appeared. Chapter 1 was when Sam died. So we are now... Yeah, I was getting, stories confused. And now we're looking at from the... You're thinking of me with the prologue block. Well, no, I also read a prologue of Fizz's like 2 days ago. Because we've read 2 of Fizz's chapters so far. And I was thinking about, like, the actual posts of your prologue, actually, now that, like, I'm reorienting my brain, Jackal. Yeah, I was thinking about your posts of your story, the Artemis and the prologue. That's what I was thinking of when I was thinking of his story. It was actually the documents that were posted in Discord, not the actual story itself. So you are actually correct and I'm retarded. And I'm so high right now, I don't know. Did I copy and paste this? No, I didn't, because it was Tara's perspective, right? Okay. Alright, here we go. Let's lock in. Let's get this done. We got this, guys. Okay. Terra time. Let's go. Congratulations on level 2! Yeah, there are like certain things that work on Kick that don't work on Twitch, like leveling system when you talk, like certain commands and stuff like that. It's kind of annoying because I can't unify all of the bots with all of the commands across all of the things, because they like Kick uses bot rigs, but Twitch uses stream elements, and I don't know how to do Rumble and Twitter. I don't even know how to get the chats connected. I don't even have the chats pulled up. So I feel bad for people that are on like Rumble and Twitter, because like if they do ever type in chat, I don't see it, and I feel like a piece of shit because I should have it, but I just don't know how to integrate it, and I don't have enough room to like do it, right? Like my entire other screen, like all of the real estate of my other screen is taken, and it's like everything is still overlapping with everything because I don't have enough room. I'm considering getting a third monitor, but I'm a lazy piece of shit. But I really should get a third monitor. It would solve a lot of my problems if I got a third monitor. I just go to fucking Walmart and buy one for like $300 or something like that. I want to get like one of like the like moving stand things, and I want to like put it on the wall so that I can like have it against the wall there, but I can also pull it out and put it on top of the other one, so I can have like the monitors stacked on top of each other, right? But I'm just a lazy piece of shit. And it's like, I could just go with my parents when they go grocery shopping, right? Because like, I can't drive. I don't have a car. So I'd have to walk, and I wouldn't want to walk with a monitor, right? So it's like, I'm just lazy. Just fucking lazy. I just don't care. One day, I'm sure, right? If it gets become enough problem, because there are things that I'm like adding onto the other screen that I'm like, I have no room to put this up. Fuck. There's a guy who built a sick setup for Elite Dungeon. Elite Dangerous. Wait, what? What's Elite Dangerous? Sick setup for Elite Dangerous. Woo! Way over my head. I have no idea, Ahab. That one lost me. No idea. A space simulator. Oh! Oh, like you know how like people have like the tank ones where they'll have like they actually like load and like launch a thing, and like they have like the shock on the chair and everything like that, but it's like for a spaceship instead of like a tank, because it's for a space simulator. Like how they do it for like Euro Truck Simulator as well, so it's like you get all the rumble and everything, and it feels like you're actually in the chair of like a thing, and if you crash, it's like everything's like fucked up, right? I only use one. I stream from the monitor, read chat from the phone. See, the problem is, Axe, I could only pull up, like, one chat on my phone. And I have 4 chats. So it's like, I could technically do that and move the chats to my phone and, like, put my phone, like, kind of, like, here at the bottom of the monitor. And technically I have 2 phones. So, I mean, there's possibilities. Like, my plan for, like, the IRL stream, right, is I'll have 2 cameras. So there'll be, like, a split screen of, like, one kind of, like, stationary camera that'll just kind of, like, show the yard and, like, everyone out there and stuff, right? And then I'll have my other phone that has the microphone on it, like, with me, right, as, like, a first-person view thing. The reason why I want to do, like, a test stream is because I don't know, like, what the mic volume is going to be, and if I have to change any of the settings, I literally have to come inside, and because I can't control OBS from my phone. So I want to do a test stream to make sure that the mic is loud enough to pick everything up, but it's been raining for, like, fucking 4 days straight. It hasn't, I don't think it's rained more than 3 days in a row since I moved to Alberta. I feel like I'm back in BC again. It's scaring me. But yeah, it's been raining for like 4 days straight, and I haven't been able to like go outside and jump on the fucking trampoline and set the phones up and everything. Because it's fucking raining. So, And the birthday party is next Saturday, which is the 27th, the day after my birthday, I believe. That's when that's when everyone's coming over. So that's like the actual birthday party. So that stream will just basically be, the entire stream will just be the barbecue, right? I might even like start early, depending upon when people are showing up, and do like a whole day stream. I'm not sure, you know. We could start off with like a conversation with Seth, with my dad, and then move into like talking about Final Fantasy 14 with my brother, and then, you know, move into playing with the kids and having some fun, jumping on the trampoline, making some food, barbecuing and shit, and yeah, figure it out from there, right? What we want to do. Anyways, let's get on with Fizz's story. I'm just rambling and ranting. Tara. Sam is dead. I didn't believe it at first. But what choice do we have? Blah! What's the blah for, Fizz? We have to go to the farmhouse. It's not too far from where we are now. Is this the wrong thing? Bubble. Bubble? Right over. I have no fucking idea. You lost me. I'm sorry. Well, what are we gonna do? Go back and try to save him? He's dead. Our best bet is to keep moving. We don't want to lose another one of us. I said to everyone. Alex is in complete shock. He can't process what he saw. It's gonna take him some time to get over it. We continue walking. A lot faster this time. The farmhouse is a little bit more worn down than I remember. It's gonna be better compared to the barn. We reach the door to the farmhouse. Luckily, it's not locked. Farmhouse does have locks, but why would they be unlocked? We enter the house, and we are greeted by the living room. The inside looks a whole lot better than the outside. It's not a problem. We'll fix the place, especially if we plan to stay here for a long time. So this is it, huh? The farmhouse? You know, I was expecting a lot less of this place. And I didn't bring this up last time, but it's like the person in the party that said a barn and a farmhouse are the same thing. I was like, I was gonna make a comment about, oh, and I just thought about it, and I was like, well, it's probably because they just live in the city. Like, I've always lived in like small farming communities and small towns, so it's like the difference between a barn and a farmhouse is the difference between like your shed and your basement. Evan said, well, what do you want? Living in a barn, smelling absolutely terrible, sleeping on yarn, eating crackers? Or do you want to be here? A river we can clean ourselves, get more water from said river, sleep on actual beds, and eventually start eating food from our farm. I think it's pretty obvious which is better. Evan, please, it's better than the barn, Daisy said, looking at Evan. See? This is what I'm talking about. Evan and Daisy. They'll probably make out later. Foreshadowing? I wonder. None of my business. Okay, well. And it's like, for a second there, I was like, that's not, like, that's not, how do I say this? Like, that's not a conclusion a dude would come to. And then I was like, wait, this is the point of view of a chick. That's exactly what a fucking chick would think. Oh no, that's never gonna happen. None of my business. Okay, well, this place only has 3 rooms we can sleep in. Luckily, each room has 2 beds. I figure you two want to be in the same room, I said, pointing at Evan and Daisy. I don't care who my room buddy is. Henry, what about you? I look over to Henry. He shrugs. Cute. Well, Alex, you want to be alone or what? I don't care. Guess I'll go alone. I need to comprehend this. Thanks for asking. Alex replies. Poor guy. I remember one time when we were working and one of the customers asked him out. Lucy, I think her name was. He didn't take her death easily. All I did was give him some space. Everyone else did the same, and he got over it. Don't know if he'll get over it this time. Alright, let's get to the rooms. It should be upstairs, I said, pointing towards the stairs. Everyone started walking up the stairs, and I saw Alex try to be the last in line. I'm not having that again. Hey, Alex, get in front of me. I don't care if we're in a house now. You're going to be behind everyone. You aren't going to be behind everyone. I know he doesn't like being in front of people. Doesn't he consider us as friends? Why would he have that problem with us? Whatever. He's gonna get used to it eventually. Alright, well, this isn't too bad. Doesn't matter which room we go into, right? They're all the same? Evan questions. Evan is changed, though. He's not as bad as he used to be. Could also just be the way he acts when he's friendly. I'm not sure. No, it doesn't matter. The only difference would be the decorations. I actually don't know who lived here before. I answered. I'm lying. I know who lived here. I sometimes did. Whenever I didn't have enough money or just needed to be somewhere, it was here. So that's how he knew about us. This was like a almost a foster home kind of idea for him. Ah, his grandparents used to live here. Ah, they're old-fashioned about everything. Whose story? Fizz's story. Welcome, Retro. What are you up to? What do you got? What are you doing, my man? Welcome. Oh, welcome another day, good sir. They're old-fashioned about everything. Sadly passed away before this whole thing started. There is an opportunity there, Fizz. Because, like, I mean, I'll just breaking of the fourth wall. The way that I read is, like, I read in my head, basically, like, 2 or 3 sentences ahead of, like, what I'm speaking out loud, right? So sometimes it's, like, there's a dissonance, and this will be, like, one of the few times that it happens. I want to say that's for the better. Is, combining these two sentences. Because I read this sentence in my head and had the idea before I spoke it out loud, right? And I wanted to make sure I read it because I was like, the way that I wanted to do it was like presentation of this word, right? And using simple wordplay to combine these 2 sentences, right? So it's like you're using this word inside of this sentence to emphasize this, but adding in, like, let's say another word as a qualifier for this, right? So in which you would say something along the lines of, like, I don't want to be too complicated with it, but it's like, I'm trying to think, like, because you want to say fortunately. You don't want to say fortunately, but you want to, like, emphasize that, right? Because it's like, I don't have an answer for it, right? But it's like, do you see what I mean? And I'm like, this is just, like, one of those rare occasions when I actually look at, like, what's on the page, and I say, oh, I know, like, the formula that should be used to edit this, right? Even though usually I don't consider, like, what's on the page, like, the actual words. But this just stood out so much to me that I was like, I have to say something about it, right? Because I think, like, you're missing a massive capitalization on this reveal. Right? Because it's like we've been wondering why he knows about this. So we've assumed that, like, it's a friend or someone that he knew or something that he had done or been associated with. right? So I'm just trying to think of, like, using something other than fortunate, but something that combines these two sentences so that the impact of finding out about the grandparents is combined with them passing away, but it's also combined with relief of being like they didn't have to experience this, right? I know I'm being like super retardedly nitpicky about this, but this is like the few times where it's like I'm like I just feel like I have to bring this kind of thing up, even though it's like I trust you as the writer to probably pick up on that as well. But I think it's something that could have such an amazing impact on the moment in the story that I had to say something about it, right? It's like, I'd say yesterday with the reveal from Jackal's story, right? And it's like the way that Jackal did it was like fucking perfect, right? But this, I just have this like slight nuance of being like, I know you can use this word to emphasize this and get rid of this sentence and have all of this collapse into itself. I know that there's a possibility, right? Like the way that like Jackal did it. And it's like that like multiplies the impact that that moment has by like 10, right? And one of the things that those are the things that I will point out about like the sentence structure is if I have an idea about something that could be like isn't fully capitalized on and isn't fully used, and it feels like it's something that's like is the sitting in the background. Like I love to use this analogy where it's like, you know, it's the meme of like all like the chicks in like hot skimpy outfits, and then there's like the chick in the hot dog suit in the corner. And it's like that much of a standout, right? And it's just like there's like an association in my brain, so when I think about that, I'm like, oh, this is a moment that I can like analyze to look at and say, how can you capitalize on having that like sticking out moment, right? In whatever like form the presentation of the idea of what you're trying to tell what the story is, right? Whether it's trying to connect, oh, this is my grandparents' house, they're dead, and it's good, or it's like, I'm running away and it's my dad, not a coworker, right? It's happening currently, the apocalypse. I'm a little dumb, so I forgot which one is which. Oh, like pre, post, or mid. Post means after, mid means during, and pre means just before. Yeah. English is a fucking annoying language. Alright, well, you don't mind this one, right? Evan asked, looking towards Daisy. How does Alex not see it? Daisy shakes her head. Okay, well, I'll take this one. Mid then, yeah, Evan said. Two of them take the room to the left. There's another one to the right, and one straight ahead. Mid, now that's interesting. I'm keen for this. Yeah, so like the first chapter was it like happening and someone's head got bit off and these monsters came out of nowhere, and then they ran to a bunker, and now it's like almost a month later and they're like almost out of food, but like the monsters haven't like come out of the city, so they ran to the farmhouse to try to like restart their lives by like planting crops and like preparing food and, you know, stuff like that while the season is in. Room placement is important, even down to the beds. Okay. Evan said. Two of them take the room to the left. It's not shown in this chapter, but it's shown eventually. Okay. And I'm assuming that's something like you have to know which character is in which room, so that when something happens to which room, you're like, oh shit, that character. That's what I'm assuming, right? This place is pretty compact. Lots of room, though. I don't think they actually used all of the rooms. And that would go back to, like, Alex and, like, my, like, confusion about him being the instigator of this apocalypse and it all being, like, some crazy fucked up shit in his head. Right? Something like that. It's I don't know. If that's, like, if there is, like, a twist of perspective, that's down the lines that I'm thinking, right? Because I always like to think at any point in time, how can you flip this on its head? Or what would I do to flip this on its head? So then you can be prepared for something that might happen, right? Like, for instance, Sam dying. Although I didn't expect Sam to die, I was expecting him to be that, like, traitor character. That knows more information, that would be like, oh, if you knew what I knew, then you would know how the apocalypse happened. Kind of idea. Or something like that, right? Because of his journal. But because you have the journal, you don't actually need Sam. Lots of room, though. They don't think they actually used all the rooms. Only once or twice. Not sure. Well, Henry, which one do you want? I ask. Waits for a second and just walks into the room to the right. You don't care for that one, right, Alex? I ask, pointing towards the room straight ahead. I didn't even think, like, the possibility that one of these rooms is Alex's room. Or one of his parents' room. Like a room that, like, because his grandparents' house, it could be a room that his parents grew up in. Or at least one of his parents on one side, right? In reference to Lucy and or Sam. So he's the one alone because he's lost people. Okay. So he chooses the lone room. But there's no, like, other significance towards, like, you know... Like, I'm imagining, like, you know, he lays down in bed and he looks up and he sees, like, a photo of his mom on the wall. Of, like, when she's, like, a teenager or something like that. Or his dad, and it's, like, basketball or baseball or some sort of sports trophies. Right? Like... For the angle of anticipation, that's where my brain goes, right? And then there's the possibility of he's purposely trying to avoid a certain room so that doesn't happen. Also, the characters don't say everything they're thinking. Yeah, so there's, like, things going on in the background that are, like, building up. Yes, exactly. Exactly. See, and that's one of, like, the main things to do is, like, have an essence of miscommunication between characters is, like, one of the best ways to do, like, easy conflict. And like, stakes and like, tension and stuff like that. And even as the reader, you're like, you know the information or you don't know the information, so you could be, like, rooting for a certain character, and it's, like, there's so much that you can do with that, right? What do we know about these monsters? Retro, it's in ads right now, but I will answer that question after ads. Let's take a toke. I don't know if you're in ads or if you're not in ads, but hey, Twitch tells me. That's what I also hate. Is like, why does Twitch tell me that you guys are in ads, but some people will be like, well, I'm not in ads. And other people are like, well, I am. I'm like, get your shit together, Twitch. Can't even do ads properly. I need my 27 cents a month. 3, 2, 1, toke. We back? You back, Retro? Put a lot of thought into this 8 months ago, so I just have to write it, you know? Fizz, that's exactly how I am with Stoner Girl, right? It's like, except all I need now is, like, the fill in the blanks of, like, how the characters connect to each other, their history, and their influence, right? But, like, I literally have the entire plot and events and what the characters, and it's like the fill in the, like, this is where the character says their background story. This is where the two characters fall in love. This is the story that makes these characters hate each other. This is the story, but it's like there's no details to it. I just know it's there. Royal ET. Yo, what's up? What you up to? What you got? What you doing? Welcome, welcome. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your writing. A little bit of beta reading to improve your skills, a little bit of exposure for your work, you know, a little bit of tangents and messing around, you know, we just do what's ever good for us, right? But what are you up to? What do you got? What are you doing? How's your day going today? Get your retro. That's what I've been doing. I got like 6,000 words in 3 days, a prologue and 2 chapters. Fuck yeah, Fizz. Keep going, man. Keep going. Don't be like me and have, like, the Final Fantasy story that I've been working on for 20 years, where, like, I could literally just close my eyes and dictate the entire story, but I just, like, don't feel I'm a good enough writer to capitalize on the potential of the story, of the Final Fantasy story, and that's why it's, like, I want to do Stoner Girl Evolution first, so I have, like, a full bit manuscript, because, like, I'm mainly a short story writer. So, like, this is, like, my first attempt at long-form stuff, right? Like, I have, like, 100 to 150 short stories, but they're usually between, like, 3,000 to 10,000 words, right? What do you do when you have 2 ideas for a character that directly contradict each other? I fear I'm here to procrastinate writing fanfic. Sob. That's okay, Royal. This is what I think about, right? There are multiple stages to writing. I'm a massive procrastinator. I am so bad at procrastinating. But I know at every point in time, like, I will use all of the information and all of the interactions that I have and my life experience to influence my storytelling. In the way that it'll be like, whether it's politics, social interactions, right? Like family ties. I'm at every point in time trying to figure out a way to use that lived experience to add to my stories or my ideas. So, for instance, when I have something that's like a contradiction like that, right, with the 2 characters, and I had this in my Final Fantasy story where technically I had 1 character, but they're 2 characters now, because it wouldn't work. And then the other character is like a split personality character. So, like, for instance, with the contradictions, I would look at motivation and I would look at emotional connection. I would say, let's say, you're motivated for revenge because some fucked up shit, right? We like to talk about fucked up shit and get into dark stuff. Your brother raped and killed your sister. But you're at a conflict where you have a really good relationship with your brother, so it's like this revenge thing where it's like, is it morally right for me to go out of the way to kill my brother, or is it morally right for me to, my brother's in jail, let's say, right? Like, he's learning, he's got the consequences for his actions, but, right, you have, like, some sort of, like, familial connection to be, like, still part of the family. So it's like, what would you decide as that character for being like, how would you give that up, right? Like, that would be me giving an example of a character like that, right? And then I would literally flip a coin, and whatever came out of that would be the answer. So I wouldn't even decide at that point, or if I felt like the story needed to go in a specific direction. Those are the times when I literally use, like, RNG to make decisions. So that's my answer to your question, Retro. Sorry about the tangent and all of the dark topic and fucked up shit, but hey, it is what it is, right? Sorry about that. Strive to reach Fizz's consistency someday. Just don't fizzle out. Make sure you stay bubbling. Yeah, and it's like different levels. Sorry, I was saying the procrastination and different levels of writing. So don't feel like because you're not writing words on the page that you're not... Where did I... No, I was creating a scenario. You said characters with conflicting personalities or conflicting ideas, right? How would you decide between what to do with a character that had, like, extreme conflicts on either side of, like the construction of their character, right? So I gave you an extreme example of like how I would build a character. I didn't see any of that though. Well, it was on the basis of a moral or ethical question of how would the character decide, is it morally correct for me to sever ties and murder that person, murder my brother and take revenge for my sister, or should I maintain contact with them because of, you know, like forgiveness? Right? But you can't do both within the story. And the story isn't specifically dictating which side you go to. You have full reign of deciding because it doesn't necessarily play into the rest of the story. It's just a character's background, right? So I would flip a coin. That would be how I decided that outcome, right? So it's like, it's a hierarchy of decision making. Does that make sense, Retro? Or am I just like explaining it bad? Or am I just misunderstanding what you're saying? Not at all. Well, fuck if I know. I'm retarded and high. It is what it is. Back to the story. Huh? Oh, no. No, I didn't. I don't mind. Alex responds. It's gotten him pretty bad. I wouldn't want to leave him alone, but I know that's the only thing that would help him. Well, we should get some rest. That works. My story started as a D&D campaign, so I can literally use dice for that. Wait, was it Axe that asked that question? I don't know, guys. I'm not used to having so many people talking in the chat, okay? Like, this shit is crazy, right? So, like, I'm sorry if I'm getting you guys mixed up and confused. Sorry about that. I'm also really fucking high. Alex responds, it's gotten to him pretty bad. I wouldn't want to leave him alone. But I know that's the only thing that would help him. And by the way, Royal, if you want to, you know, feel free to join the Discord and describe any of your work. If you want to, you know, give us a little elevator pitch about your work. Because one thing that can get you hyped to writing is getting other people hyped. Like everyone tells me you need to get starting on writing because we want to read your story, right? And that gives me the motivation to, like, write the story. So... like, having a community of people continuously telling you, get on it, helps with the procrastination. But I totally understand, because, like, I'm so bad at it. That's the reason why the Final Fantasy book is 20 years in the making. Right? I was literally 14 when I was like, I'm going to write this book. And I was going to base it off of, like, Final Fantasy X. And now it's just immaculately its own work. People who want to read your work, that helps too. Yeah. Gaining interest and having as many eyes as you possibly can on your work, right? And seeing if, like, for instance, like, giving multiple elevator pitches and seeing how people react to those different pitches, right? Like, telling different angles of your story. Like, I could give, like, 6 different ways of elevator pitches for my Final Fantasy story that I think are interesting, that are just different aspects of the story. And for instance, I went to 6 different people. I told each person a different elevator pitch for the story, and then had those 6 people get together and try to figure out what my story is about. They would have no idea what the fuck is going on, because there's so many layers to how many things in the story, and so many different plot lines and stuff, and how things are, like, broken down and separated, that it would seem like it was literally 6 different stories. Because they don't have, like, the foundational root that connects them, right? Because I would obviously leave that out. 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright, back to the story. Alex responds. It's gotten him to him pretty bad. I wouldn't want to leave him alone, but I know that's the only thing that would help him. Well, we should get some rest. I think we're probably safe for now, especially if Sam shot that being. I'm telling it visual novel format, so I have to be done around 2040 because I haven't drawn it all out. Well, like I say, what I would want to happen for the Final Fantasy book, like as my ultimate everything, right, would be essentially I write the book, I get the book translated into Japanese, I send the book to Square Enix, and I get the book verified as the first official Final Fantasy book. And then maybe even like make a movie or a show or a game based on the book. That is like my dream of reaching the moon, right? Like, if I could do anything in my life, that is what I would do. I mean, the reality of that is, you know, so minuscule, but porn parody. Well, the fucked up thing about it, Ahab, is the main character is human, but the love interest is a planetary celestial being and an avian. But it's like the degree of love and acceptance and friendship and bond that goes beyond the physical, right? I call it the anime friendship, where it's like, for instance, Winry and Ed in Full Metal Alchemist, and the fact that Winry carries like the automail suitcase kit with her everywhere, just in case she ever needs it for Ed. It's like you can see the love and the devotion between the characters, but it doesn't have to be sexualized, it doesn't have to be advanced in any way, it's just you know these characters love each other through the way that they act and treat each other, right? Have you seen what women are reading? Man said 2040. Ahab, that's true, right? That would probably actually go really hard, like, having, like, but the difference is it's a human male and it's an avian female. But then again, there's, like, how many like, I don't think chicks are into, like, the dommy mommy side, right? Where you have, like, let's say, like, the dommy mommy giant fucking, like, for instance, if you've watched Seven Deadly Sins, like Diana and King, right? Like, their dynamic, right? Like, how many chicks are actually into, like, that dynamic? Because most ones are, like, Haunting Annabelle and Milking Farm, right? Like I said, if I wrote a smut story, it would literally be Haunting Annabelle and Milking Farm combined. Mommy Dommy. Sir, they're into 50 Shades of Grey. They're into Twilight. Actually, Retro, you're totally right. You know what? You're totally right. So maybe like a smut version of Husai. And the other thing is, so get this, right? So Husai is a human, right? But due to like illusion magic, everyone sees him as an octopus person, right? So from the avian's perspective, she would be fucking an octopus. But from the human's perspective, he would be a human. So depending upon whose POV you're like looking at, you could like literally have like all three races. Not so humanoid. So imagine taking an octopi and like their back three legs are like braided together, right? And then they have like their front two legs and they kind of like swish swash with their like head, right? So it's like your head would move forward and you kind of like move one leg and then like it's a kind of interesting like movement thing, right? So they're like barely like fucking humanoid, right? They technically don't even have like a body. Don't hoe fizz now. I get distracted so easily, guys. I know, we gotta get back to the reading. It is what it is. Anyways. I don't want to mention Sam, but what are we gonna do about it? I don't know why I'm acting like I'm some leader. I'm not. Sam was the only leader. He kept everything together. I don't have that type of power. I'll go check on the locks. Please get me some rest. Yes, of course, Alex responds. I watch him go into his new room before I go back downstairs. I check the front door. The lock is broken. I think the beings came in here before. Probably for the better. I wouldn't suspect anyone here now. This place is far from town. If they can see like regular humans, they wouldn't be able to spot us. I check the back door. The lock is fine. He must have come in the front door. I walk back up the stairs and walk into the room on the right. Henry is laying on the right bed. The left one is open for use. The beds can fit 2 people each. So what's the point of having 6 beds? I was about to say sex. Freudian slip! Oops! Most there would be 12 people. Although, I never remember seeing that many people here. Henry is laying on his back, looking at the ceiling. Hey, sorry if it isn't comfortable. You can sleep if you want, I suggested. Henry shook his head. You must not be tired. I get it. If you're up for it, how about we start planting when the sunrise comes up? Oh, I just have to make this comment also about the octopi. So if you know physiology of an octopus, you know that their 8th leg is actually their genitals. So for the octopi species, right, their left legs are slightly smaller than their right legs because the braid on the inside of their left leg is actually their genitals. So they footsie in order to mate. Thanks, Scotty. That question was racking around my brain. Means I got slapped by the octogenitals. Maybe, Fizz. I don't know, like, which one. It's like on the right back third one or some shit like that. Like, it's the smallest of their tentacle, right? And it just has like a little like sphincter opening on the end of it, and they stick them together. And did you know that actually what the male will do is, because I don't know if you know this, but octopi actually have beaks. So it will bite its own penis off and throw it at the female and then run the fuck away because the female will try to kill it. And then it'll grow back. I love physiology of octopi, if you can't tell. Hentai, I mean, what? What? Henry sits up, looks outside through the window, looks back at me, and nods. Great. I just need to get the supplies from everyone. You did grab some, right? So that, oh, that's what, and you... I can't help myself, guys. I'm sorry. Do you see why I get in trouble in social interactions? And why I have to self-censor? Nods again. Hands over 2 handfuls of seed packets. Hands are softer than I expected. I walk out of the room and make a right, walking to Alex's room. Alex, seeds? He's lost in his thoughts right now. I look around and see the packets on the nightstand. I grab them and make my way out of his room. I used to tease Alex about him being Sam's assistant. Used to. I take another right to Evan and Daisy's room. I knock instead of just walking in. If I were making out with someone, I would want a little privacy. Hey, you two. I need the seed packets you got. Forgot to round them up, I said. They slipped them underneath the door. But they're hiding something. Obviously, they're fucking. Or whatever they're doing. Being pretty quiet. Grab the packets and head downstairs. Put all of the seed packets on the table in the living room. Potatoes, corn, tomatoes, and carrots. Sure, it's gonna be repetitive after a while. But it's a whole lot better than crackers. Even mentioning them disgusts me. I'm afraid, guys, that I might just, like, have a thing where I just share more information than I should. Cause like this reminds me of like a thing, and like I want to tell a story, but I'm like, this story is fucked up. Why would I tell this story? Even if it's true, who the fuck wants to listen to this story? Just go back to reading, you fucking idiot. Like, what are you doing? Tell this story just randomly sometime when you're not reading someone's work. Right? When you can, like, build up to it. Use it as a thing that can be content instead of just blabbing about it. Be content brains, bitch. That's another story. That's elongating content. That's a YouTube video. I come back from getting dinner. Yeah, octopi have amazing physiology. Because hentai. What? I was thinking, oh, we're discussing a species I like. Cool. Never mind. No, I was making a joke about the fact that, like, octopi are my favorite, like, dolphins are my favorite sea animals, right? Giraffes are my favorite land animals. But I think octopi are the most interesting animal on the planet, even beside, like, scorpions and spiders. So, like, I'm fascinated with intelligence, right? So the actual reason why I like octopi is because they're, like, potential for becoming, like, the most intelligent species on the planet. You would like dolphins. Yeah, and even after finding out, like, because, like, I've liked dolphins since I was, like, 6. Even after finding out how retarded dolphins are and how disgusting and fucked up and, like, terrible and actually, like, evil they are, doesn't change the fact that I still love dolphins. I don't want to say that it adds to it, because it doesn't, but it doesn't destroy it. It doesn't destroy it. I'm not surprised. Are you? Are you, Fizz? Dolphins are rapacious. Yeah, they will, like, sometimes they'll kill the fish and then rape it. Sometimes they'll rape the fish before they kill it. Honestly, depends on what type of dolphin. But yeah, so, like, the way that, like, scientists study, like, octopi intelligence, how, like, each one of their arms is technically a brain. No, they'll try to do anything, Ahab. Not just, like, other fish, right? And other species and stuff. But yeah, no, they're very, try to get it in, guys. Right? Don't otters, like, fuck up the dead otters? I've never heard of that, Jackal. But, like, I wouldn't be surprised that dolphins aren't the only animals that fuck other dead animals. Right? Like, the fact that people think it's unique to dolphins makes me think that they haven't done research on other animals. Right? Because I would totally not be surprised that other animals do that. Right? 100%. And, I mean, it makes sense in nature, right? Like, there's no, like, you don't understand, like, morality, you don't understand germs, you don't understand, like, anything, right? You're just, like, you're in heat, you need your dick wet, there's something that's not moving, get it in, right? Caucasity hour, damn, that's crazy. There's an experiment that the lady fucked the dolphin or whatever, too. I didn't know that, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, because, like, humans do fucked up things. So, like, telling me that like, this actually happened, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm not surprised. But I had never heard of that before. I know that, like, for instance, like, if you look down the rabbit hole of SeaWorld, most of the women that were crushed by, like, orcas, were actually sexual attacks. Like, they're documented, like, that way. Right? Like, if you look at, like, attacks that are sexual attacks, you look at the ones where the women died, they're literally, like, the same, except the women got away in the other ones. How? Did the orca say so? No, it's because of the state of the orca during it. Because they were erect. And it was, like, during, like, specific times. Right? Like, they were in heat, and they went after the women, and then they literally crushed them against, like, the things. Right? Because a lot of it is reported as being, like, I thought this stream was going to be about reading stories. I'm sorry, Jackal. That's why tangents and bold at the end. I just like to rant and talk. I'm sorry. I mean, beta reading is a part of it, and we do that, yeah. But, like, the essence and core of the stream is essentially just, like, storytelling and bantering and talking about shit. And I understand that it can be absolutely frustrating. I'm just poking fun. Yeah, Jackal. And it's all good, and I never held any animosity with anyone, and that's why it's like, for instance, if you come in and you're like, this is not what I'm looking for, and you leave, I'm like, you know, I'm not going to be like, why didn't that person stick around? People, I understand. Like, it's the reason why I say I'll never be a big streamer, because I'm extremely divisive. I say fucked up things. I'd probably get banned, and I don't know, I like having a small community because it allows for, like, personal interaction. And again, I'm in a unique position where, like, I'm not streaming to be like, oh my god, one day I'm going to make millions of dollars. I'm just like, I'm streaming because I think there needs to be a writing community where you can be a person like me and fully express yourself, right? And I haven't been able to find one of those, so I made my own. And that's why I'm super glad you guys stick around and hang out, even though it's, like, fucked up, right? But I think that, like, people appreciate and understand, like, the essence of the vibe that I'm coming from. Where you don't have to be usurped. Yes, we know. I want your manager! Karen, no! A conversation that is fucked up because we're all retarded here, and if we're retarded, I'll say fuck you, and this stream might not be for you. Exactly, Retro. And I have no, you know, you need to be with the people that you need to be with, right? And especially with, again, like I said, with, like, creative people, the reason why a lot of creative people are, like, heavily sought towards safe spaces is because of how our minds work, right? And it's like, you hear something, and then you imagine it. Like, something like, for instance, with, like, the rape gangs, and having, like, that being discussed, like, viscerally and gratuitously. If you're someone like me, you can't help but imagine that. And it just completely fucks you up, right? And that's why I understand why people seek that out, because simply talking about it can, like, fuck you up because of how you imagine and envision ideas in your head. And that's not something you ever want to put in your head, right? It's like the idea that, like, 7 out of 10 cops that watched the Epstein videos resigned and killed themselves because the things that they saw they couldn't get out of their heads, right? And it's like, imagine being someone who just hears ideas and then creates that. It's a scary thought, right? Characters narrate in different ways, which is obvious. But, like, some of them are more anxious or hesitant. Some use shorter sentences compared to others. You've only seen 2 of the point of views. I'm just saying. And Fizz, I will say that this is significant. Like I said earlier, right? Like, the way that the character was thinking and what they were thinking, the fact that I thought the narrator was Alex made me question what the character was doing. And then it's like, oh, well, it's not Alex, it's Tara, it's a woman, she would be thinking differently. So, like, the fact that, like, I can pick up on that is, like, clear evidence that it's, like, that's working. Right? And, like, you're doing a good job with that. So it's a compliment in disguise. I see. Yes, exactly, right? It's like a, it makes, unfortunately, Jackal, the queue doesn't work on Kick. Like, the bot just doesn't have, like, an option. I haven't figured out how to do that. I'm a lazy piece of procrastinating shit. Unfortunately. But you are next up, Jackal. But we're halfway through this. And like I said, I stream like 6 to 8 hours every single day. So, you know, it is what it is. Right? 3, 2, 1, toke! Retro, what do you mean? I streamed for 5 hours and 57 minutes yesterday. And I said I was only going to stream for 3 hours. And I only wanted to stream for 3 hours today, but I'm afraid we're going to hit the 6 hour mark. And the only reason is because I had a fucking seizure last week, so I'm trying to take it a little bit easy. Right? My toe fucking hurts, and my rib fucking hurts. So I'm trying to take it easy, but I want to be entertaining, and I want to have fun, and I want to be here more than that makes me want to turn off the stream. The way that it is, right? Slow ride, take it easy. Hell yeah, get some Guitar Hero going, guys, let's go! Fuck, Mexican friend Shay, the spit, playing Aerosmith. He'd play Aerosmith, fucking crying, and if he missed a note, he'd restart, but he was terrible at Guitar Hero, so he never made it past, like, a minute into the song. It was so fucking annoying. That's the song I was referencing. Ah, okay, I see. I see, Retro. Not every single, checking to see what was, Scotty. I get so lost and I'm high and fuck it, we're just doing what we do, right? Don't hold me accountable. What instrument do you main in Guitar Hero? What do you mean? What instrument? Guitar? I mean, we had, like Guitar Hero World Tour, which was, like, the full band, and we had, like, Rock Band. But, like, I've only ever played the guitar. I can't sing. Like, the drums are fucking exhausting. So, like, guitar, and, like, bass is boring. So, I'm just straight guitar. We know you can't sing. Believe me. True. Exactly. Which is why, like, I tried it. Which is why, like, for instance, with, like, Scatman and stuff like that, like, I'm not singing out loud, because I don't want to ruin the experience. I'm a Scatman! Right, you guys don't need to fucking hear that. Rocksmith seemed cool. I think it taught you how to play guitar. Yeah, Ahab, I always wanted that one where it was like, it had the chords and the strings, and you just literally, it was like literally just like a guitar, and it would just be like pressure point things, and then it just simply was a game that taught you to play guitar. That's literally the only way I would learn. Scat doesn't need singing, it needs harmony. Keep a note, and Bob's your uncle. I can't do that though, Retro. Like, I don't have good control over, like, my, like, vocal, like, levels. And, like, the dissonance between, like, what I'm imagining, how I'm saying what I'm saying, and what I'm actually saying is the reason why this is my volume level, right? Like, my number one thing in life is being told to shut the fuck up or quiet down because I'm too loud. And it's just like, this is how my volume level goes. It's non-stop. It's just like, I get excited, I get into something, and then I'm like super shouting and loud, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm shouting and loud, I'm gonna whisper, and then I'm just shouting and loud again. I'm like, for fuck's sakes, I'm talking across the entire store. It's like, fucking shut up, Scott, paying attention to other people's stuff, right? That's just, fuck it, that's just how I am. And after 35 years, I can't control myself. A bunch of PS2 games on a hard drive before they took that one site down. That sucks, Ahab. Most of my, like, PS2 games, like Guitar Hero, Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock, wouldn't load, right? Like, the disc was fucked in a way that, like, it just wouldn't go past the loading screen after, like, 2015 or 2016. We'd had it for, like, 9 years or something like that. Also, that Easter egg with the final initial of each character spelling deaths, because of Sam dying, it now spells death. Ah, okay. Anyway, I'll shut up now. That's okay. Just feel free to talk, right? Like I said, like, I want communication and interaction to be the core center of the stream, and, you know, whatever we do besides that. Like, we're evaluating instances in which to have a conversation, and then in the background, we're reading a story that could give us potential to give us topics of conversation. Like, that's essentially how I view the setup of the stream. Even though I know that when I'm reading your stuff, that could be super fucking annoying. But, again, that's why we have chalkboard. If you're actually at a point where it's like, you know, it is actually, like, ruining your experience with the stream, right? Like, you can call chalkboard, and you can say, don't read chat, just read the story. Right? So it's like, again, just for the new people, I guess, we have a rule called chalkboard. It's like a safe word. If there's a topic or something like that that is like ruining your experience with the stream, you can say chalkboard and then whatever like you want to happen, and that is like, we will take you seriously, right? Whereas like most of the time, I know that you're like bantering and like this is a show. I'm trying to put on a show. I'm trying to be entertaining. I'm trying to be hyperbolic and, you know, and above the top and funny and stuff, right? Not to break the fourth fucking wall. And I want you guys to be the same way with like banter and stuff. But I also want there to be a mechanism for which, when we cross a line that is a line for you, there is a way for you to express yourself with it, and we will respect you, right? Because I think it's extremely important to have that. Right? I listen more than I talk unless necessary. And it's like, honestly, Fizz, that's kind of how, like, I expect the setup of the stream is, like, me to be blabbering and talking about random stuff and reading your guys' stuff, and you guys are, like, you know, sitting on a third monitor playing video games, doing your own thing, just, enjoying the interaction as if this was, like, a radio show. Right? Because that's how, like, the best way that I think in my head to present it is, like, you don't need to be watching the stream to enjoy the stream. You just need to be listening to the stream. Right? And sometimes you can just be watching the stream and not listening to the stream and just, like, reading along and having fun. Right? So it's like the ways that you can enjoy the stream vary. Right? And that gives you a point of, interaction, right? And the fact of facilitating that is like why I say I don't like, I want you guys to interact. I want you to feel like you're a part of the stream, but I don't want you to feel like obligated, and I don't want you to feel like on either end. I don't want you to feel obligated to not talk. I don't want you to feel obligated to talk. I want you to just feel like yourselves and do what the fuck ever, and everyone's just cool with that. And then just, you know, we just exist in coherence with each other. And that is, like, when you ask the question, what kind of civilization do you want to live in? That's the kind of civilization I want to live in. So that's the kind of community that I facilitate, and those are the kinds of people that I surround myself with, right? You are who you, like, interact with, right? Because everyone rubs off on everyone else, and by the end, we're all a conglomeration of each other, which I think is the best and most potent part of the idea of a civilization or a community. It's not that I don't like crackers, but when it's all you eat for 3 weeks, it sucks. Well, it's gonna be an hour or two before sunrise. Not much to do. I walk back upstairs after sorting the seed packets and go into my room. Henry is still laying on the right bed, except now on his side. Oh, that's facing the other bed. Another thing I was going to say is, like, why are they going after farming and stuff like this and seeds? There's got to be someone who does that, but it's like, if this is a barn house and this is Alex's grandparents' barn house, then you would assume that Alex has knowledge towards farming, just like whether it's like minimal or not, but he should have like at least a bare minimum understanding of what to do. No, I don't mean from this perspective. I just mean the idea that, like, their first go-to was, hey, let's set up a farm. Right? Not necessarily because this is, like, the perspective, but I'm thinking in total about, like, why is their first order of business to go find seeds and plant it on a farm, right? And then it's like the connection would make me assume now that, oh, well, with all this information, like, Alex has enough information to be a farmer, right? So maybe he would that... Because I don't remember who originally proposed it, right? But that's just the connection I'm thinking in my head, right? Because before, I had been asking the question, why was the first idea to, like, go to a farm and plant crops? Farm idea was from Sam. The place to go was from Tara. Wait, really? And it just... so the monsters are supernatural or alien, something else entirely. We don't know, Retro. We do not know what the monsters are. We just know they ate a human head in front of the characters, and they're like destroying humans, and they might even be eating cars because now the cars are gone, and maybe next time they go back to the city all the buildings are gone, so I think they just like devourers that eat everything, but that's just an assumption. Wait, so Tara gave the farmhouse, but the farmhouse is actually oh no, I'm retarded. You're right, I'm retarded. Don't listen to me. This is Tara. This is Tara's farmhouse. Why am I thinking about Alex? I'm way too high for this, guys. He knows the farmhouse. Sam suggested the farmhouse was the only viable option he could think of. I don't know why the fuck I said Alex. I'm just high. Don't listen to me. I'm just a retard on the internet. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Holy shit. That's the reason why I didn't fucking say it. Because I was like thinking in my head, like, why am I not saying this? Because I forgot the reason why I wasn't saying it. And then I broke myself into a fucking corner and looked like an idiot. Such is life. So sunrise is not going to be here soon. An hour or so, probably. Again. Sleep if you want. But I'm just embarrassing myself this entire stream. Right? I suggested to Henry. Shook his head again. Do you mind if I sit on your bed while we wait? It's okay if you don't want me to, I ask. He shook his head once more. I sit down on the edge of his bed, making sure I don't accidentally sit on his leg. I look at his face. I've only actually made eye contact with him a few times. It's fine, man. It's all good, bro. We got this, right? We're locked in now. I never knew blue was my favorite color until now. Sorry. I'm not trying to make this weird. I apologize. Henry has a little smile on his face. He doesn't care. In a good way, of course. He just lays there, looking at me, looking at him. I can see a small, faint blush growing on his face.
Zoltan Dylan is now following. Thank you for following Zoltan Dylan. I hope you
Zoltan Dillion! Yo, what's up? What you doing? What you at? How you going, man? Welcome. Welcome. How's your day going today, good sir?
Perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it. Her
3-pack-a-day voice. Anyways, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. We do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a larger audience, as well as a little bit of critique just for you. And everyone else. It's boring, unfunny, and tried. I despise that show. Wait, you don't like Venture Brothers? Retro? You don't like Venture Brothers? It's literally my favorite show. I fucking love Venture Brothers. But yeah, I understand it takes like a certain level of retard humor to enjoy it. And like ability to laugh along with like ridiculousness. Along with C-Lab, Space Ghost, China, Illinois, The Brack Show. Archer? Like some of those I think are lame. Like the Xavier fucking whatever show thing and like some of the other stuff, but I don't know. I grew up on the Venture Brothers and like Boondocks and shit like that, right? Like on the Comedy Channel. So like that shit has always just been where my humor lies. But I totally understand why people would be like, you know, like Clone High, Xavier Renegade Angel, an actual good one. I mean, see, everyone says it's good. I just can't get into it. I think it's too like I'll say that like I like ridiculous things, but like to me it's just it's like it's a whole new spectrum of ridiculous that I just couldn't get into it. Aqua Patrol. Oh, wait, you mean Aqua Teen Hunger Force? One of the greatest. Actually, that's probably the second great. Actually, it's probably tied with Venture Brothers is Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Like I'd say, like Venture Brothers is like the serious one, and then Aqua Teen like that has a story, and Aqua Teen Hunger Force is just like all the random shit pulled together, kind of like Robot Chicken. Xavier is smart, but in a retarded way. I don't know. I could never get into it, right? Like when it came on TV, right? I would change the channel. But I would change the channel to go watch fucking Venture Brothers or Robot Chicken, Archer, or Aqua Teen Hunger Force, or fucking, you know what's a good one? That's like a very unique one that I don't know a lot of people know about? Lucy, Daughter of the Devil. Robot Chicken is actually really bad. I mean, again, I like the ridiculous retardedness of it. That's like stupidness. And I was in film class, and we made shorts like that. Like, we did stop motion Lego animation. So, like, even before I knew what Robot Chicken was, I was literally doing that in real life. Right? So it's like, I just resonated with Robot Chicken, because I was thinking, you know, in your head, you're like, man, if only maybe one day I could get on there. And, like, if you ever watched, like, Kids in the Hall? Kids in the Hall was, like, one of my main inspirations for, like, getting into film class. I love the idea of, like, little, like, funny skit shorts and stuff like that, right? And then there's home movies. Dude, I was gonna say home movies as well. I fucking love home movies. Oh my fucking god. Brandon. Fuck. Oh my god. Anyways, I like movies. I'm a huge enjoyer of storytelling, whether it's movies, books, cartoons, short stories, whole novels, series, life experiences of people, embellishments of things. I take every possible angle I can find with creativity and incorporate it into my lived experience of creativity. If anyone knows Super Milk Chan, I'll do something. I've never heard of Super Milk Chan. Sorry, Retro. I stood up. I'll go over there again. I'm sorry. Before I can finish, he grabs my arm. He doesn't want me to leave. Thought he liked being alone. I sit back down and I just start talking. I go on and on. He listens. He doesn't gesture for me to stop. He likes listening to me. I didn't realize it, but I was starting to fall asleep. When I woke up, the sun just started to rise. Henry was asleep. My head was laying on his chest. Now I'm the one who's blushing. I got up. Henry slowly woke up afterwards. Is that a threat, or... I remember Super Milk Chan. That show was crazy. Yo, smoking is chill. It's only half. It's only bad if you think it's bad. Well, it depends, Jackal. Because, well, it didn't fit for Sam's character, that's the thing. Originally, instead of Sam writing, I was gonna have him smoke instead, but it didn't make sense. Sam is a smart one. Why would he want to slowly kill himself from the inside? Yeah, you never know. Well, I mean, hey, if you've ever smoked... Like, I went my entire life asking people why they smoke cigarettes. And then, like, I started smoking weed, right? And I was like, okay, well, you know, I get weed. And then, I started mixing tobacco with weed. Thai hoots. And everyone was like, yeah, you get, like, a head rush from smoking a cigarette. And then I always wondered, were people protecting me by not telling me? Because they thought it would cause me to start smoking? So they're just like, no, there's no benefit to it. It is what it is. But I understand, like, the head rush, the relaxation, like, the thrill of smoking, right? So even being an intellectual, it's something that, like, you know, you have to weigh the risk of, like, mental degradation versus physical degradation, right? Scotty, what do you smoke more of, weed or pole? What do you mean, Ahab? That Lucy show you mentioned is going on the list. Oh, Lucy, Daughter of the Devil? Oh my fuck, it's so fucking hilarious. Oh my, there's like a scene like I want to talk about, but if you're gonna watch the show, go watch the show, and I don't want to spoil that scene because it's so good. It's like halfway through the show, but it's just fucking hilariously amazing scene that's like, oh my god, totally makes sense. I'll watch the show, yeah. Yo, it's because like smoking is chill and people like chill things. How useful do you think it would be if we could have Sam as the narrator? Do you mean in retrospect or hindsight, Fizz? As like the spirit of Sam, or like just straight up his perspective of what like his mind would be if he was there, like the potential for him to be there, but unable to enact. Basically a ghost. Moral Oral is great. Never heard of that one either. Scotty, you said smoking is a thrill. Do you give your life not for honor, but for it? Honestly, Retro, like, I praise the concept of honor, but, like, I'm not an honorable person. I'm a spiteful, fucking revengeful, angry, temper tantrum-driven, person. That, like, I have to, like, separate that side of myself, because I know, like, it's like the straw that broke the camel's back, right? Like, I bottle shit up until, like, I fucking explode on someone. And, like, you think I can throw word salad while I'm coherent? Imagine the word salad I can throw while I'm not coherent. Like, it's not good. Sam is gone, but if he died in, like, Chapter 2, and he was the narrator in Chapter 1, how useful would it be? It depends on the amount of information you're willing to give, or allude to. Like, I think it's the best way to do it would be allude to information and then have people realize that the journal is important. And then people are anticipating when someone will look at the journal and be like, yo, this is important. And then it's like, it makes Sam's death way more impactful because now you know. But even though I feel like, even from Alex's perspective, I still get that. So the change of perspective, unless there's more information and reasoning for why you want to give it and more hints and like more breadcrumbs for something, which is actually probably maybe a good idea to build more interest and like connect characters and stuff. But so like if that's what you wanted to do with it, I think Sam would be more powerful. But I think just having Alex, like, you feel like you already know that the journal is important. The journal is important, and the journal will return in Avengers Doomsday. Seriously, it does come back. Yeah. But it's like, what level of interest do the people have in the journal, right? Like the reason why Alex is interested in the journal is as a memento from Sam. It's not because he wants to read the journal or he wants to know Sam. It's like an heirloom of his memory, right? And like a reminder of something, right? Whether that's guilt or like, you know, next time act, or being like trying to protect people more, whatever direction that pushes his personality. Come on, the sun is rising. Let's go watch it and then work on planting the seeds, all right? I ask. He nods and sits up. We walked out of the room. I walked downstairs and grabbed some packets. I unlocked the back door and opened it, waiting for Henry to walk through first. He just stood there, eventually holding his arm out, telling me to go first instead. He follows behind me and shuts the door behind him. I sit down on the ground and Henry sits up to my right. I'm trying not to give away like huge things or anything that suggests it. Okay. So yeah, so then I think Alex works fine. Because you're still giving that imprint that, like, Sam knew more than what was said, and the journal is important. So even without Sam's perspective, that comes across absolutely clearly. Yeah. It was beautiful. Henry tapped my arm and looked over. Opened his hand. My face burns a little more before we start holding hands. I hear the door open behind us, and I quickly let go. Like, an example for me with that, Fizz, is like, I am openly talking about the fact, like, for instance, like, in Stoner Girl Evolution, that the goddess is pulled inside of the main character's head, along with, like, her husband, the Akashic Field, right? So it's like, if you listen to any, like, behind the scenes, it's like, that's the explanation for why stoner magic and, like, weed magic exists, and, like, why the goddess's omniscience impacted Akashic Field, because if she can't see what's going on, she can't direct the Akashic Field to do the miracles. So her loss of sight. But that will never be explained in the book. It will be, like, slightly emphasized and, like, breadcrumbs that, like, that could make you come to that kind of conclusion. But, like, that will explicitly never be explained in the book. Because I think ambiguity is super important in the storytelling, despite the fact that me as the author knows what the answer is. And then that keeps and holds, like, a level of censorship of information, right? But it allows you to connect dots because you know what the actual answer is, you're just not saying it. Right? And, like, for me, that's, like, the difference between, like, the power of outlining and pantsing, right? Like, can you really make those kind of connections as a pantser? So it's like, I have this mentality where I don't actually believe this, because, like, you know, it is what it is. But, like, the formula that I look at when I'm trying to do pantsing, and the formula I do outlines with, pantsing, I write myself into corners all the time, and it just feels like a waste. And I look at other people, and I just think it's an inferior... Sorry, hot take. I think it's an inferior way of writing. But that's just because that's how my brain works, right? So it's like, for me personally, and how I understand how it works, it's an inferior method for me, right? But that doesn't mean it's not a viable method. Scotty is still not reading and nobody is talking. I mean, we're gonna have an ad in a sec here. So I'm kind of trying to, like, fill time to make sure that, like, I'm not reading in the middle of the ad. So you call it out, Ahab, but this is actually the one time I have a fucking excuse. I'm not saying I ever had an excuse before, but now it's like I'm using that as an excuse because it just happens to line up with the ad. Right? So, like, I'm totally lying, but, like, I'm presenting that to you, right? Tara seems to gesture more than others. The way Henry talks seems to be rubbing off on Tara. Yeah, like, I'm a fucking hands talker, dude. I talk with my body. Right? Like, if I was standing up and talking, I would basically be dancing. Because I'm just, like, jittering all over the place and, like, trying to reenact things that I'm talking about, right? And, like, emphasize it. Because, again, it's, like, trying to see it from every angle, right? And, like, enthusiastically jumping up and down and shit like that. But I'm limited in what I can do when I'm sitting down in a chair, right? Scotty, you should get the cover of her Stoner Girl Evolution hand painted. I mean, this is the concept art for it. Where's the full concept art? What the hell? Where's the concept art? Oh, did I move it into... No. Fuck. Where did I put it? I have all of the original images. And I know I have it somewhere. Fuck me. The cover image for Stoner Girl Evolution. The concept cover art. Okay, well, it's on Canva, because that's where I got it from, so it's probably the top one on Canva. Jump back in. I don't know why it's not in my downloads folder. But I have all of the original images. Maybe it was in Discord. And now Canva's being fucking retarded. Because I also want your perspective on the idea of the cover art. Oh, there it is! Oh my god, there it is. Except she's a redhead. So it's like the phage plant eating a joint with like, it would have like zombie on one side and stoner girl on the other. Right? Cute little snow. Yeah, because like the phage plant is based on a Venus flytrap. But yeah, this is like a basic idea for the cover art, because it encompasses all of the ideas. And the cover should tell the story, in my opinion. The book cover should, in and of itself, tell the story of the book. Because people say, oh, don't judge a book by its cover. But there is also, if you can't make a good cover, who says you can make a good book? So, and everyone just does judge things by their cover. So if you can't make a cover that conveys the story's idea, right? Like, they'll think one idea, they'll open the book, they'll get a different idea, and then they'll close the book, right? And this is like thinking of the aspect of like if you're walking through a bookstore browsing of like a new book to find, right? Like things that are vibrant and pop out and like give you an idea and like tell you a story and imprint into you is something that you're gonna, you know, have a higher chance, a higher propensity of
Do not stretch. Do not go to the
connecting
bathroom.
with and wanting to read in order to, you know, be what it is. So I think cover art is super important. Super important. 3, 2, 1, toke. The tokes are real. Thank you for the toke. Yay, we're all getting high together. It's Alex. What is he doing? Hey. Before I tear my fucking rib again. It's like if I don't fully expand my diaphragm when I cough, it like forces it out, and it's like, you know, when like you swallow something, like you're eating food and you swallow something, it like stretches your throat because like you swallowed too much. It's literally like that on my rib, on my diaphragm. So if I don't like stretch it out when I cough, it fucking like just like ugh. And again, I was gonna make a derogatory joke about deep throating, but I don't think I need to. Smokey would make his own joke about that. No, we aren't all doing anything. That would be haram. Mickey Mouse in the background is killing me. Oh. I have no idea what this is. I don't know why it's on Artosis' stream. I'm just gonna skip past it. The fuck? I want some StarCraft in the background. What the fuck is going on? Okay, there we go. We got some StarCraft in the background. Artosis' stream is like mine. It could be fucking anything, right? I'm Scotty the Idiot, and you're watching Disney Channel? Where the fuck is it Mickey Mouse Playhouse? I don't know. I don't know why Artosis... It's probably because it's like, there was like some sort of donation, and someone was like, play this, and no, Mickey Mouse, you want it back? But StarCraft. You could be watching Terran get owned by Zerg. Oh, ba-da. Yes! I mean, I can bring it back, 100%. You want it back? Let's see what was over here. There. Oh, shit. I accidentally resized the window. Well, let me reset. This is gonna fuck with the background. Did it kill the background? Oh, I might have to reset it. Hold on. It killed it. There's too many things going on in the background. Wait, why is it broken? What the fuck? Why is it broken? What did I do? Because it's not like I can put it on the other screens, but for some reason it's not creating a screen when I go to Artosis' stream. I broke it. I'm sorry, guys. Only put on Disney when it's Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, but I want to watch Pluto get clowned by Goofy. It's like watching paint dry. You could be watching Protoss not be underpowered. I don't know. Okay, you know what? We're just doing a whole new thing. I'm just going to get rid of this. I'm going to open a new tab. I'm going to pull it up. Something about the resize, like, fucked it. And I'm just going to reset. And we're just going to go to a whole new thing. And we're just going to pretend that that didn't happen. So, Asmon is rating a tier list of hotties in World of Warcraft, I believe. Is that better or worse? I look forward to seeing how this grows with Fizz's current work. I'm invested. I agree. I think it's super interesting. Okay, now let me try to go back to Artosis. And see if it works. Prob's so sad your story's taking so long to read. Well, like I said, like if Fizz wants, he can just say, like Jackal, like for instance, I don't like exactly like he doesn't mind. It's all good. But if like for instance with yours, if you do mind, just call Chalkboard, say don't read chat, read my story. That's what Chalkboard is there for, right? It's so that, like, we can banter and fuck around and say whatever to each other, but if you need to get serious and with something, just use the safety word Chalkboard. And then, you know, we can do that. Other than that, it's just like, I'm gonna do what the fuck ever, because I don't think you guys are actually being serious, right? And I don't want to take you guys seriously. If you're not being serious, because, right? Oh, where's the fun in that? SCV, good to go, sir! Doesn't start muted. Okay, where in the stream is Mickey Mouse? I'm trying to find it. There it is. Okay, here. Okay, there we go. It's working in the background now. Let me get rid of this fucking Twitch. Fucking turbo shit. I don't know. It's gone. Like, whatever it is, we got it. Here we go. Alright. Hey, are you guys planting? Not yet. We were watching the sunrise. Care to join? I ask. It'll be good for him. Take his mind off of Sam. No, I don't mind. Is there a shovel in the house? I'll start digging the holes for the seeds, Alex suggests. I don't know much about Alex outside of work. I know his personality, but it doesn't seem like the guy who knows farming. Excuse me, yeah, there should be a shovel somewhere. Check the shed. It should be to the left. The door is smaller than the others, I explained to Alex. I'm not sure what he did with his free time. I never asked about it. I'm sure he told some stories, but nothing too personal about himself. Maybe he's trying to be like Sam. He wants to be the leader. Okay, I'll go get it, Alex says, as he walks back inside. I stood up and looked at Henry. I'm gonna try to get the lovebirds. They've been in that room too long now. I'll be back soon, okay? I said. I never want Henry to feel like I want to be distant from him. Pretty sure he likes me. Could just be nice. I don't know. Anything is possible. I go inside and walk upstairs. I knock on their door. Hey, you two, come outside. You can't just stay in there forever. All right, but we weren't doing anything weird, Evan said. Why would you say that? That means obviously you were doing something weird, or you were thinking about doing something weird. Evan said. Sure, Evan. Whatever you say. I walk back downstairs and go outside. Henry is still there. What was I expecting? I mean, yes, he could have died, but he didn't. I'm glad he didn't. Alex is also outside. Chapter 3 is going to be either be Henry or Evan in POV, by the way. Well, that's like Stoner Girl evolution, right? Chapter 1 is Stoner. Chapter 2 is Zombie. Chapter 3 is N-word. Chapter 4 is Botanist. And then Chapter 5 finally goes back to Stoner. And then it's Tank. Or possibly Tank or Bard. Depending. Because it'll be like Tank's perspective of the argument the N-word, Zombie, and Stoner are having outside. He'll come outside and, you know, defend them. And it's like N-word's like in just a bad state because of the zombie attack. So he's like accusing Dilip of being a zombie, even though Dilip is a zombie, but he's like a human zombie. So it's like the entirety of the beginning of it is like the crossroads of all of the characters coming together. Right? So I really like this idea of having like each chapter have a different perspective. Because I'm like, yay, I'm not the only one who wants to do that. It's a, you know, survivorship bias. Well, there's 2 of us now, so obviously it's a good thing, right? Suggested to Alex. Evan and Daisy finally come outside. Well, you two finally came outside. He didn't want to, but I told him it would be good for us. I picked it up from a really good mystery book. Ooh. I love that. See? Incorporating and getting inspiration from other things is important. Oh, is this on like the wrong thing? Hold on, let me shift this. There. Should be something like that. I have like 4 different of those things. I move them all over the place. I never use the same one, so that's why it's like always fucked. Where is the river you were talking about, Tara? We didn't see it. Scooby-Doo is boring, but Velma is fire. Do you want to hear the best Scooby-Doo story ever? So, me and my 2 friends were at my friend's house, and he just always had like the Adult Swim channel on, and we couldn't smoke in the house, so we went out to the garage to have a session, right? So we smoked a couple of joints, took some bong rips, and fucking chilled, and we came back inside, and Scooby-Doo was on. And as we walk into the room, Shaggy says, "Man, without that pot, we never would have got away." Because, like, they were hiding inside of, like, a, like, flower pot. And we're just like, what are the chances of, like, that happening, right? Because it's like, thinking about it, it's like, yeah, the weed was the whole reason, right? It's just like the timing on that shit was just too perfect, you know? Miracles do happen, right? But it's more of because so many events happen, there have to be coincidences, because the pure amount of events, it would be statistically impossible for there to be no coincidences, right? So, like, coincidences are a statistical, like, they're not a statistical anomaly, they are a derivative fact, right? You made another sandwich. Damn, Ahab, you're making me fucking hungry. That shit is gas. Because I wanted to make pancakes after the stream today. That's what I was going to do, but now I'm like, should I just have a sandwich? I just think it's a good thing to have in a book like this. You get different opinions and also get to know the characters better without it being directly said. Exactly. And like how I present Stoner Girl Evolution is kind of weird, because the entire story is a retelling from the future, right? So it's like the end of the story happens, 300 years pass, and then Stoner Girl is like going over her memories, being like, how did I get here, right? And it's like her retelling and reliving her own memories, because that's all she can do, because she's trapped inside of a tree, for like all eternity. So she just relives the events of her life, right? And the story perspectives are like her every time she relives the memory, right? She's like retelling it from like a different perspective to add like an embellishment to it that makes the memory, you know, more entertaining because it's the only thing that she has. So the narration is actually Stoner Girl looking back into her memories and saying, and looking at her friends, the characters that she's been with, and like trying to imitate their minds and their actions. So there are small things that don't add up inside of the story that are like embellishments and over the tops that like you would just naturally create through like a reliving of memory throughout an extended period of time. And like the prologue at the beginning completely like presents it this way, right? And then from everything, so it's like the story may not be the reality of what actually happened, right? Because, and I think of this in a way of like, let's say I'm lying on my deathbed, right? And I think about the best stream that I ever had, and then I go back and I watch that stream, and the difference between the reality of what that stream was and what my memory of what that stream was, and how different those are, is the premise of what I'm trying to present. Like, eventually in my lifetime, I'll say there will be a stream that was like, this was the best stream I've ever had, right? It was like, you know, I remember this stream the most, right? Like, this was the most impactful stream that I ever did, right? And it's just an example of like an idea of something that you've done in your life that you would embellish the memories of like almost purposefully, and then think back on like your deathbed, but it's something you have like recorded proof of, so you could see the reality of it versus what you have imagined and you remembered. And 99% of the time, it's not even gonna be close to what you imagined it is. And you'll be like, man, I don't remember any of this. Like, what? And then it was like, well, I thought I did this, but actually that was a different thing, right? And that's just how memory works. So I think incorporating that into how the narration of the story is told through the perspective of each of the characters is just a unique way to tell the story, right? And every time I try to tell a story, I'm like, what is unique about what's in the story? Like the plot, the setting, the character, the perspective, presentation, right? It's like I want to have a unique stance of my own for each one of those categories, for every story that I tell, right? Daisy said, of course they want to go to the river. But whether they're inside or outside, they always want to be doing something together. It's over there, I say, pointing towards the river. It's over to the left of the house. Hey, Alex, did you see a bucket in the shed? To be honest, I don't like it when there's diff perspectives, because then I just end up skipping people I don't like, and it makes it kind of confusing. And that's a completely valid perspective to have, which is why, Jackal, for the Final Fantasy story, the entire story is told from the first-person perspective of Husai. As it's happening in real time. And like what I think is cool about it is like the show of range between the ability to write those two perspectives, right? And then you can have content that people can enjoy despite them having like not liking certain things, right? It's like, oh, this one has multiple perspectives, I didn't like that book. Oh, this one was first person, I didn't like that book. Oh, this one was a future narrator, I really like that one, right? And then it's like, I really like this author in the way that he talks, but it's like these certain books, the way that he wrote them, I don't, you know, but it's like he's written so many books, like, you know, it is what it is. At least that would be like my hope, right? But, you know, when I was 14, I would have hoped that I'd written like 8 books by now. But I'm a procrastinative little bitch that went into film, and like, there's just so many things that have like, honestly, like, I should have just said fuck it and like done the book, but I let like the personal effects and my lived experience of my life, you know, rule me, essentially. Like, oh no, this bad thing happened, so I'm not gonna, especially with the seizures, right? It's like, oh, I had a seizure, I should let myself cool down and, like, not do these things because it overexerts me, and it's, like, something of overloading my brain, so it's, like, at that point, it's, like, a medical reason to, like, not write. And then you just use that as an excuse because you're a lazy, procrastinative bitch. Which is why I started streaming, to hold myself accountable. Because everyone told me that I should start streaming because I'd be a great streamer because I'm always talking and I'm always trying to engage with people. But I said, and like all I thought of streaming was like playing video games, and I just played League of Legends 24/7. So, and I'd watch like Sneaky, C9 player, and like the Worlds, and like PewDiePie, and stuff like that. And that's all I thought about streaming. And I was like, I don't want to turn a hobby into a job. But then when I sat down and thought about it, I was like, wait, I want to turn this hobby into a job, which is writing. So I'm like, well, that's actually a positive excuse to start streaming, because then it's like I treat it like a job, and I take jobs very seriously, so that would enable me to not be procrastinative, and then I started streaming. And here we are. So it's like the original reason why I didn't want to stream is the reason why I started streaming. And you take lived experiences like that and you can write that into your writing of like a character that has like a change of view over something like that, right? And it's like completely understandable the way, the perspective you can present it, because you've literally had it happen to you, right? Which is where people say you should write what you know, right? Chapter 3 is most likely going to be from Evan's POV. He doesn't talk as much compared to the others. We already know Alex Terra and what Henry, and what Henry looks like on the outside, of course. His thoughts are different and true. And again, it's like the same thing in writing. Like, there's technically no such thing as a right or wrong answer. It's an answer that someone can vibe with, right? And it's like, no matter what you do, someone's gonna love it, but someone's also gonna hate it. So that's where you have to not compromise you telling your own story, because you can't like pander to like an audience, because that would like ruin the like essence of the story that you're trying to tell and the uniqueness and the authenticity of that story itself. Which is why like media, I think, is failing nowadays, because everything is chasing money and needs profits, and any original IP idea of any kind is like shut down in any way because it doesn't feel like it can be profitable. And I feel like that's the death of creativity. How do I know such ball? Who knows? To be honest, I don't remember there being a shovel. You got the reading knowledge for real. Yeah. Hey, Citation Chat. Yo, what's up, Amolia? What you doing with chat? What you got? How's it going today? Welcome. Oh, welcome. Oh, I'm gonna say it right. It's Monday for you, right? The weekend is over. Sad face. Gotta get through it, right? Slowly waking up. True. That's what it's all about. Face the day! Seize the day. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. We're just taking our time reading Fizz's story, talking about, you know, story presentations, story depths, you know, certain audiences, people enjoying certain types of stories, not letting, let's say, certain things dictate how you write a story, and just allow the authenticity of you telling your story. Because, like I like to say, I don't think I've actually said this in a while, but every story has been written except yours. So never feel that like a cliche, an idea that's overused, you know, something that like, something along those lines, right? That would make you not want to use the idea for like a public opinion reason of some kind, right? Never let that be the reason why. It's like, oh, you know, Star Wars does space battles, so I can't do space battles. Jurassic Park had dinosaurs, so I can't do dinosaurs. Like, just, like, there are people that have a mindset towards that, right? And I'm using, like, extremely, like far end type, examples in order to, like, illustrate, you know, how far you could push it. And how, You know, it might seem ridiculous on the outside, but some people are on the inside. We've been on this since like 1:45 on the stream or so. That's very true, Fizz, and it's not even 3,000 words. Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. I don't know. That's for you guys to decide. We were planning to just rinse off. You want us to get water for the seeds? Evan questions. See, I knew it. They can't resist each other. Yes. You want to have more than just crackers? I ask, sarcastically. Obviously, Evan responds. Alex comes back outside with a bucket, hands the bucket over to Evan. Evan and Daisy start walking over to the river. I didn't even know if that bucket existed. Alex, I said. You've been here before. There's no way you haven't. And imply that my writing is impactful. Yeah. Absolutely, Fizz. Absolutely. Because think of the context of the conversations that we've had, and I'd say 45 to 55% of the conversations that we've had have spawned from purely your writing. Whether that's someone like, that's with me making a comment, someone else making a comment, or like a third order effect of a conversation coming up because of an idea that's presented, or just simply talking about like storytelling, perspective and ways and stuff like that, right? Like the entire last conversation we had was over you specifically saying like you don't know if you were confident in perspectives in books, right? And you didn't know if you wanted to do and have all these different perspectives, right? So that literally struck like a 15-minute conversation about the degree at which you should consider to do different perspectives, right? Into like what your story needs versus what you think you should have, right? So I think that's extremely impactful. So just analytically and scientifically and graphically looking back at it, the answer is yes. Started world work building because high fantasy got so watered down, so softened. I'm gonna make monsters monstrous again. Yeah, like for instance, an example of that with me, Axe, is how I'm doing zombies in my book. Because zombies are just consciousnesses from like different levels of animals being placed inside of a human body. So like imagine how a human body would like move if like a spider consciousness was inside of it, right? And that creates like the different categories for the types of zombies, right? And I think about this with like inspiration from like Attack on Titan, how they have like different categories of titans, right? But I want the explanation to be that they're literally different animals inside of a human body, and that's why they act different ways, but certain ones act the same way as other ones, right? And it all depends on like what kind of consciousness is inside the body. So you can have like insane types of different zombies, and you want to have like the creepiest, weirdest, freakiest, creepy crawlies, right? And that's what I'm trying to like emphasize with the zombies, of not just being like zombies are just like mindless things, where they can be like fucking creepy and fucked up as shit, right? So it's kind of taking an entirely new spin on zombies. And that for me is a unique aspect, at least I think it is. So I'm like, oh, well, let's make that a foundational part of the story, right? And then it develops out from there. And then that's the concept of taking something that's overused as fuck, like zombies, and turning it into something that is completely unique. And it goes to show that no matter what idea you have, or what idea you use, or what you have, or what you want, it's the story presentation and voice that matters. Like, I thought I was the only one who ever did beings inside of planets until I watched Celestials, and I was like, wait, so, like, the Celestials are actually just, like, robots built out of planets? Fuck, well, mine's that planets are just eggs of celestial beings of consciousness. So it's like, fuck, it's the same idea. But that doesn't change, and I'm not going to remove the idea, because you're allowed to have ideas like that, right? And it's like that worked inside of something like Marvel, which gives you even more inspiration of being like, if something that big can do something like that, then I'm on the right track for having an idea, right? So it's like, if you find your ideas in other works, that's like, holy shit, you know? Like, I've found a way to mimic something that has provably worked on, like, a big stage level, or whatever you want to call it, right? Ads are over. The entire book right now is only 5,800, 30,000 for other characters. I want to get specific. I'll say something you'll think is cap. All right, Retro. But, Wallahi. I don't know what Wallahi is. It's true. Vampires don't bed you. They eat you. Dragons aren't your friends. They burn your city and eat you. Mermaids don't grant wishes. They drag you underwater until the bubbles stop. Then they eat you. I fucking love it, Axe. Exactly. Wahali, I swear to God. Islam. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Cool. I don't know why you would think I would think that was cap. He. Why would you think that I was cap? It's like the same thing that I think is ridiculous. For instance, like Muslims and Islam call God Allah, because Allah is like the language, right? Like Allah is not English, right? It is. I'm not a linguist. I don't know what fucking language it is. Whatever language you're using, right? It's the word for God. Just like in Japanese, the word for God is kami. Right? So it's like, and people say that, like, for instance, like, people are so stupid that they think, like, for instance, like, Allah is not just a representation of God, right? Instead of saying the name, like, Yahweh, for instance, right? It's a category of being. It is not a specific name. So it's like when Christians say, you know, praise be to God, and then a Muslim or Islam says something like Allah Akbar, it's like there's this social connotation to it, despite the fact that in their own languages, representatively translating, they both mean praise be to God. Right? Or something along those lines. I don't know what the direct translation is. Do you think I need to increase the amount of work I put into a chapter? Words, I mean. I understand it is my decision. I'm writing it, but that is always the thing I have trouble with whenever I'm writing this, or just thinking about writing. I'm the same way, Fizz, and I think anywhere between 1,000 and 6,000 words is absolutely appropriate. You can have chapters, like, some people like Prole have chapters that are 27,000 words. You'd be like Cormac McCarthy and write the entire book without any chapters. Right? So all it comes down to is why do you decide to do it? What is your reasoning behind doing it? Whether that's flipping a coin because you couldn't decide, or having an inspiration that led you down a path. I don't think there's a difference between them. Right? And I think that's like for instance, my solution to decision paralysis is flipping a coin. I'll just flip a coin. And whatever it is, I will let fate decide. Because if I didn't flip the coin, I wouldn't do anything. Right? JJK took one of my ideas. Jujutsu Kaisen? Which idea, Retro? Honestly, I just write and try to keep the momentum going until I believe it is a good point to stop. And, like, using intuition and, like, your own feelings is one of the strongest things that you can do. Never ignore your intuition. Never ignore your feelings, yes, domain expansion. But domain expansion is just an idea of, like, manipulating the world around you. Like with an aura or something like that. Like observation, or sorry, Conqueror's Hockey in One Piece. Like spiritual pressure in Bleach. Like your, like, aura presence or whatever the fuck it's called in, like, Dragon Ball. It's not a unique idea of being able to, like, manipulate the world around you, and the stronger that you can do that, the more that you can do it, to the point where you could do, like, for instance, in Bleach, like, your inner inner heart and like the inner world where like your Zanpakuto is, like Ichigo's inside world where it's a bunch of skyscrapers and shit like that, right? So it's like you can have a completely unique take on it. And like add a certain aspect of element, right? Domain expansion is just basically determinable upon the person, right? So technically domain expansion could encompass basically any kind of idea that you could make up that relates to a character, right? Like the fish person dude one in the second season that, you know, makes the entire place like water or shit like that. I was about to read that guy's message and be like, holy shit, that's a Korean name, right? Or a Chinese name, but it's a bot. The way I think about it, if someone reads one chapter a day, they would want to feel satisfied, not asking for more, nor having too much, and it's all about the reader's perspective. And I completely agree with you, Fizz, and I think that should be like one of the highest weights, is the moment in time when you feel like a reader can put your book down. Because some people will say, well, you want that to go on as long as possible, right? Like you want to like ride the train, right? My personal opinion is impact points on the story. Those should be your main things, right? Like just before or just after an event happens. Because it's like and the reason for that is like a processing thing, right? That if it like, you have like a lead up and then the chapter ends, and then you put the book down. You spend the entirety of the day thinking about the possible outcomes of the decision made at the end of that chapter. And you can process everything inside of it. Same with like after an event. You can see the things that led up to that event, and then you can piece everything together. So it gives you a personal setback break that gives you an ability to process it. And I say this because that's what I personally do. Because I will never remember the words on the page. I will only remember what your story has made me feel and impacted and imagined. Right? So being able to process those moments makes those like 10 times more valid. So knowing for those story beats, that is my suggestion for where to. And that's just, again, you're the one telling the story, you should know where those are. And the just before or just after is like a personal decision kind of thing, right? Depending upon the tempo of the story, right? But I do agree that a chapter a day is the best kind of format because it gives people time to think about it, and it doesn't make people feel like they have to put the book down or they have to keep reading, right? And that like period of reading of time is usually between 15 to 45 minutes. That would be my like assumption for like the golden ratio of where that is, right? Something like that. Alex said, he's right, but I'm not gonna tell him that. I just shrug and look over to Henry. He's still watching the sunrise. About half of the sun is visible. I don't know what time it is. I don't even remember what day it is. Why would that matter? Eventually, Evan and Daisy come back with a bucket of water. It didn't take too long. They might have just been rinsing themselves off. But together? That's still odd. I could be overthinking this. Who knows? Okay, Evan, put the seeds in the holes. Daisy put the soil back over the seeds. Lightly, please. And I will water the area, I said. Evan starts planting the seeds, starting with potatoes and eventually moving to carrots and tomatoes. Excuse me. Daisy put the soil back over the seeds. She's a normal. She's a normal. Holy fuck. Why do I say words? She's a natural. No wonder her name is Daisy. I see what you did there. Yeah. Now you're making me think of like fucking Seinfeld. Oh my god. The way my brain works. Daisy put the soil back over the seeds. She's a natural. No wonder her name is Daisy. I follow a little after Daisy and start wandering the area. My cat's name is Daisy. Don't do the intro, please. You know what, Retro? I don't even know the intro. Like, I'm thinking now of, like, intros I could do, and I'm like, I bet you I couldn't even do the Friends intro. I'm just not good at that. Like, the second you put the music on, I would be able to instantly sing it word for word. But, like, without that trigger of the music, I have no idea. But I could, there's, like, so many, like, intros for, like, TV shows that, like, you put the music on and I could just instantly sing it, but I would not know a single word about it. Right? I'm even imagining, like, the entire intro of, like, Friends going through my head, and, like, the Seinfeld logo coming up. Can't do the Friends intro? Give me your white card. Just because I can't do anything retro. It's not like it's specifically Friends. It's like, no matter how potent the intro is, like, towards me, it's just like, I need the music. It's just like a song. I can't remember any lyrics to any song until the song starts, then I can tell you every single lyric. Right? But just trying to pull it out of my head is impossible. Absolutely impossible. And that's where it's like, I have this barrier in my head, right? And that's where I know, like, I'm at my limit. So I try to, like, work around that. Because I know I'm so fucking bad at that shit. Notice how Tara and Alex don't have the comments about Daisy that they do about other characters. Daisy and Sam were the only two characters that were new to everyone. Yeah, because they all work together, right? So they don't want to say too much about them, because they don't want to infer anything about them, because they haven't known them long enough, and they don't want to treat them differently because of an assumption. That is, like, my guess, right? Because, like, that would be me with, like, new coworkers, right? In a, like, dire situation. Especially knowing me. He went back inside and put the shovel up. I presume he didn't come back outside. Probably went to his room. At least he was back to normal for a little bit. And again, like, I know I love to tangent and shit like this, but it's like, I will say, I do feel, like, a certain feeling bad for, like, the extended period of time that this has, like, taken. Because normally, like, I wouldn't read someone's work, like, for this long. But because it is such an engaging work that I think everyone is having a good time with, I decided to not stop halfway through. But I do want to mention that, like, I do feel bad for you, Jackal, and I'm sorry that, like, I'm making you wait, like, this long before we read your work. I just want to make that known. Because I'm like, shit, I haven't talked about that. I haven't said anything about that. I hope he doesn't feel bad. Because I know he's talked about it, and I don't think I picked it up when he talked about it, and now I think I am, because I'm so fucking delayed. Then Evan finishes. So I just like voicing those thoughts, right? That's just me. I'm an emotional, sympathetic person who, like, I think the solution to most of the problems is just simply communication. So explaining how you feel is extremely important to me, right? And I know, as a person who holds my feelings in most of the time, you know, making assumptions for other people and just, like, picking up on that can be, like a really big thing, right? Like, it makes you feel good. I had a little bit left, but I wasn't sure what to do with the water. I ended up dumping it somewhere, a little far from the seeds. I didn't want it to mess anything up. I've only farmed a handful of times, but that was at least a decade ago. So this is where we are right now, farming, with Sam gone. Sure, we'll be fine. If anything, Alex will eventually become the leader of the group. We all head back inside and go to our rooms. I don't get in the same bed with Henry this time. I lay on my bed. I don't care if the day just started. Although, I've had a weird feeling about today. Not about Henry. Sure, I do care for him. But that's not it. I feel like we're being watched. But it's not how I felt about the beings. Something stronger. Something dangerous. I love that ending hint. This is the perfect example of ending before, while giving, like, a decision or a thought to, like, the next chapter, of giving the person, like, the thing. And it's like, I like how I, like, talk about something, and then it's, like, part of the process, and then I can explain it, of being like, see, this is what people do, right? And it's like, whether you knew that you were doing this or not, that's what I, as a reader, without your inside insight, still think, right? And that's where it's like, 90% of the read is picking up on vibes, getting, like, story directions, and figuring out if, like, I'm picking up on the information that you're trying to tell, right? Like, that's the essence of what I would consider my critique of what I'm doing when I'm beta reading, right? Because I think that's the most potent thing that I can do to have an impact on your writing. And it has to be like a priority list, right? Or we wind up like here, where we wind up with like 2.5 hours of reading your work, right? Where it's like, it's not bad, but it's like it would be better if there was if Jackal wasn't in the queue and wasn't waiting for us to read his stuff, right? And I feel bad that, like, the consideration of that was not enacted, right? Because I felt like we were just having a good time, and I didn't want to stop having a good time. And I thought Jackal was having a good time too. So, that's just the way it is, right? Just to get thoughts about people reading, you know? Exactly, like, how do you interpret this? Like I said, like, vibe is, like, fucking... It's such an underrated, like, aspect of, like, storytelling, right? Because that gives you, like, for instance, like, the depth of... How do you say this? Depth of darkness of the story, like the boundaries of what you're willing to do, right? Like whether this is like, oh, this is just like a nice, fun little story, or this is like, this story's gonna give you nightmares, right? But yeah, Jackal, if you're still out there, man, we got time to read your stuff now. Tis what it is, right? Because I know we're just specifically picking up where we left off. I'm gonna change your name back to Jackal. That's a cool guy. Even though you're like, wait. Yeah, it's a C. K. I'm retarded. C, it's a K with a CK! Wait, is this where we left off? And then I just separated it? Yeah, okay, here's chapter 1. One of the higher points for the story, Alex almost dying from being, isn't going to be the worst thing, not even close. Yeah, like and I love that imagery. I don't know if I said that, but like the imagery of like have you ever seen Milk Drop? I'm gonna bring this up, and this is and I want to see if like this is the imagery that like you were trying to portray, because this is the imagery that I got. Where is Winamp? The fuck is Winamp? Oh, I guess we could do it with this, because it technically just plays this. See if it plays. Okay, but where's the actual program? Okay, it's up here. Open this. Nope, that's not what I want. I think it's this one? Yeah, okay, there we go. And then we want... visualization. That's not working. Why is it not? Wait. Why is it... Oh, man, maybe it's not updating. Is this Milk Drop? Wait. Is it, like, in a separate program? Hold on a second here. Milk Drop. Oh, it's in a separate program. Here we go. Shit like this. Like, this is what I'm imagining. Like, a kaleidoscope of fucking... shit everywhere of like different patterns and like lights and like yeah, like literally something like this as you're like staring into the abyss. Like that's the imagery that you gave me, right? Is that like correct? Right? Yeah, also time started to feel slower and felt fuzzy and blurry and such. Yeah, like, I had, like, the imagining of being sucked into a black hole. You have, like, time dilation, visual effects, and it's like... Right? Like, and see, this is where it's like, this is one of the hardest decisions of the stream. Is like, I didn't previously ask Jackal if he wanted me to timestamp him and read his work. I'm like, I'm just gonna DM him. But it's like, I don't want to be rude, but like, you know, because it's like, I mean, there's a chance that he's here and he just can't type. And he's just waiting for me to, like, start reading, right? But I don't, like, want to read if he's not here. Unless he, like, wants me to read if he's not here. I always forget to ask people. Anyways, it's about time I head out. Thanks for reading. Gotta go eat and something. No worries, Fizz. Take care. Have a good night, good sir. Thanks for letting me read your work. Hope to see more of you around these parts. True, Fizz. Sounds good. Love your story. Love your stuff. Love the direction that it's going. See you, Retro. Because I know Jack was saying, you know, oh, when are you going to read my work? When's everyone's work going to get read? And I'm like, well, I read everyone's work unless there's, like, circumstances. And those circumstances are, like, winding up now. So I'm like, I'm just going to... I mean, this is where you just have to make a decision, right? Like, I wanted to end the stream an hour ago because I'm fucking tired as shit. And I need some fucking food and some rest. And, yeah. I've just been going hard the last couple days, right? But I don't want to, like, cut someone's reading short, right? So, but I feel like at this point, it's like, it's almost a, like, you're gonna get a feeling of, like, diminished returns from, like, critique. So maybe just, even if Jackal is here, the best option is just to start up again tomorrow or next time he shows up. And, like, I feel really bad about it, because I consciously made the decision to not stop Fizz's story halfway through, despite the amount of time that it was taking, despite the fact that, like, normally that's what I would do. So it's like, I went out of my way to make a decision I don't normally make, and I want to make sure that the outcome of that decision is, like, fully understood on my side, so I know how to make the right decision next time, right? Because, I mean, mistakes happen, you can't win, you can't win every time. I just want to make sure, you know, you guys understand that I'm trying my best here, right? And, I understand how it feels to be on the other side, so, you know, I want to do everything I can with that, and I know that in and of itself, right, can be a detriment, but that's just how and who I am, right? So, we're gonna end it here. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Fucking appreciate you. Guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for sharing your work. Thanks for, you know, allowing me to be who I am. And, never stop being you. Never stop imagining. Never stop creating. Never stop sharing your ideas. Because you're worth it. You're amazing. And you have a story to tell. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Truly a short stream tonight, but we shall return. Yeah, because, like, I'm trying to, like, not overdo it and have a fucking another seizure, right? Because I already thought I was, like, underdoing it. Like, when I had the seizure in March, I pulled everything back, which is why I haven't been doing YouTube and stuff. And then I still had a seizure, so I'm like, ah, shit, now I gotta pull stuff back even more. So now I gotta be even more cautious. And then, like, the last 3 streams have been, like, 9-hour, 11-hour streams. So I'm like, well, I'm not adhering to the things that I should be fucking doing for my own health safety, right? And my own benefit. Even if I don't know if that has an effect, but it's, like, something I can do to possibly minimize that effect, right? It's just, like, literally taking care of myself. But it is what it is. Fuck it, right? I'm here to entertain you guys. No one gives a fuck about me, right? I'm not here for me. I'm here for you guys, right? You're what's important, my friends. Anyways, who we rated today? What we going? What we doing? What we got? What we at? Ooh, I think I know. Right off the top of the bat. Right off the top of the bat. It's not in the right category, which is probably why I couldn't find it before. But it is the good one to go for. So we will be on it, at it, and up for sure. And we're all just entertainers, and we're stupid and contagious. Entertain us. True, right? And, you know, if you don't feel you're getting your worth of entertainment, that's my fault for, you know, not being able to adhere to it, right? Can't win with everyone, right? I just try to win with the ones that would get along with what I do. And I just be myself, and that is what is. Anyways, we got someone here. Actually, wait, I need to do this in my chat, right? Wait, hold on. I was about to do it in her chat, but I need to do it in my chat. Right? Oh, cheeseburger. I'm really sorry, bro. I'm really sorry. How's it going? What you got, my man? Like, I am literally typing right out, like, right now. I'm sorry, bro. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. It's a short stream today. I've been meaning to have a short stream for the last couple days so I can, like, recuperate myself. But, you know, with, like, everyone showing up, having conversations and stuff, I've decided to continue to stream. But since we were waiting for Jackal, because it took so long to read Fizz's work, that I decided to just cut it off. But it is what it is, right? Sorry, guys. We've already done the outro and everything, but we'll see you in the next one, so appreciate you, love you guys, and enjoy Kitty's stream, please. She is amazing. She's doing Final Fantasy XIV, but you can still talk about reading and writing, because she is an author. But we'll see you guys in the next one. Get your views ready, and we'll see you on the other side.
We're gonna do some dailies. You caught me as I was eating. Hello, it's Toxication. Thank you so much for the derptastic raid. How are you, gorgeous?
And for the kick streamers, unfortunately, without 5 viewers, I can't raid out. So, fuck you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace!